Damn, I was on mute, huh? Hopefully I'm off mute now and I am heard. I hope I am heard. Good evening, everybody. Today is a very impromptu live. Hello, London Link. Indeed, nice. Today is an impromptu live. We're going to be talking about a recent trend I've been noticing of videos where guys fly out women for sex, and I guess they don't tell the women that they're flying them out for sex, but it should be expected. And then once the woman get there, niggatry ensues. So I'm gonna go ahead and play my intro, and we can get straight into it. So let me do it like this. I'm going to try to put this on the screen. And let me make this full screen. Hi, BA. I guess we're going with pineapples as the emoji. I like that. And hey, Lantoinette. So if you guys are unaware, this video has been making some rounds lately, at least on my side of YouTube. And I'm going to put it up on the screen. We're going to watch it real quick, and we're gonna talk about it. Let me put it up. How is this? Should it be like this? Should I make it like this, like this, like this? Let's do it like this.
All the way out. Look, y'all, she done flew all the way out here.
You really gonna record me?
Nah, I'm recording this shit. They need to know.
You really gonna record me?
Nah, I need to know. I done flew her all the way out to LA. She won't give me no cheeks. We been FaceTiming. Come on, we been FaceTiming every day.
I don't give a fuck.
No, we been FaceTiming every day.
And you really taking me all the way back to the fucking airport? You really taking me back to the airport?
Yes, you going to the fucking airport. Yes, you going.
And you taking me back to the airport because of what? Tell me why.
Give me no cheeks.
Nigga, I'm not fucking obligated to give you no my what?
I flew you out.
Nigga, what are you talking about? Nigga, you're lame as fuck. No, you're lame as fuck. No, you're fucking lame. You're lame. Just take me to the fucking airport. Just get me there. Just get me there.
Walk around my crib, titties out, and stuff like that, taking showers in my shower.
Nigga, it's my body. What are you talking about?
I don't care. You can't.
I don't have to give you my coochie. Are you okay?
So let's pause real quickly. I can hear you. Okay, good. My audio is working. My audio has been weird lately. Hey, Mara, Nia, Chica, I see you. You are all seen. Yes. So I don't know if you guys have seen this video already or not. We can play some more of it if you guys would like to. But pretty much this man has invited this woman out to a type of vacation with him. He paid for it, and she, I guess, did not bring her purse, her money, anything like that. So she's kind of out here vulnerable, and he is going to be taking care of everything, which he demanded sex from her, and she declined. So now she's kind of in this foreign country alone without any access to her funds. And she's now dependent on him to get home. And I guess this kind of argument ensues as he takes her to the airport. The first question I have is, why are men flying women out with the expectation of sex, but they don't tell the woman that they have an expectation for sex? My guess is going to be, if he was upfront with her and said, hey, I will fly you out, but only under the condition that you have sex with me, she probably wouldn't have came, since, as we can see here, even when he didn't say that, she doesn't really want to have sex with him. But there's this type of, Lantoinette said it, there's this type of entitlement, like, how dare you walk around my home looking good, but not give me sex? So now, well, not home, my hotel. So now let me kick you out of the country. It seems kind of predatory a little bit. Maybe that's the wrong word, but it's like the fact that he did not get the sex that he wanted So now let me make a video and put you on blast to the entire world so that they know if they fly you out that they're not getting sex. I'm concerned that he put this video out and felt like it was appropriate and that he was on the right side. It reminds me of, wasn't there a guy who was pressed over $100 from some woman, and he put a video out thinking that he gave what needed to be gave, and he did not. He did not, and that's what I'm feeling here. She shouldn't have traveled without any funds either. I agree. Here's my issue. If a man invites you out to dinner and he's like, I will pay for the whole dinner, don't worry. I'm going to all expenses paid. You don't have to lift a finger. Don't worry about bringing your wallet, bringing your purse, or bringing your money. And it sounds like they were talking prior to this, and she goes to that date. And now he's like, you know what? This date was unenjoyable, so now you have to pay. That to me is like a form of blindsiding. So I don't care. Even if she does say that he's gonna pay for the date, I still think women should bring their money, just because this doesn't seem to be new. This doesn't seem to be like out of the ordinary. It seems like, based on the comments that I looked at under this video, it seems like men generally expect you to give them sex. Even if they don't ask for sex, they expect you to know that they want sex. But then there were some, I don't know, it's weird because men are like, not all men are just looking for your body. Some men want a connection, but then they're like, all men are just looking for your body, and you need to know that. But not all men, so you need to know what situations we're looking for your body in. I don't know. It seems interesting. It is coercive rape. Yeah, that's what I would consider it. Like, hey, fly out to this foreign country with me. I'll pay for everything. Don't worry about it. We're just going to have a good time. And then when you get there, he pulls his pants down and he's like, all right, let's have sex. And you're like, no. And he's like, okay, well, you're in a foreign country with me. And if you don't want me to kick you out of my hotel, and now you're out here in a foreign country alone with no money, with no way to get back home, and you're by yourself and vulnerable, is that really what you want to do? Or do you want to have sex with me? It seems kind of coercive. Again, I don't know, why not just say up front, I'm not flying you out unless you have sex with me. Well, I already said why, because then she wouldn't fly out with him. And so coercion, to me, that's coercion and kind of manipulative. Because obviously he knows what's up. He feels justified. Yeah, the fact that he made this video and men were in the comments like, hell yeah, he showed her who's boss, concerning to me. But then again, Boosie made a video in which he admitted that he had his sons molested, and all the men were in the comments like, I'm gonna give my sons the same treatment. So maybe it's a certain demographic of men. I don't know. Why instigate anything? You should always bring your own money. Hey, Polar, I didn't know you were in here. Yeah, so the consensus here is, number one, if you're a woman, always bring your own money. I would go a step further and say to bring a taser, bring a gun or something like that, or whatever is allowed when you go overseas, because this man drove her back to the airport and I guess has paid for her ticket back home. I don't feel like men generally would do that. I feel like, what if a man says, no, you're not leaving the hotel room until I get what I want? What if a man says, okay, you can leave the hotel room, but you're out here in this foreign country by yourself with no way to get home? So, number one, I think you should bring protection. Number two, I do think you should bring your own money, because they own some demon time. Hey, Prince, let's play a little bit more of the video before we go to our next topic.
No,
I don't have to give you my
bed. Laying in my bed? No. You want to get dropped off at the airport.
Oh, I don't even know why the fuck I came here.
She didn't want to give me no cheeks.
Nigga, get the fuck out of here. Stop recording me.
She didn't want to give me no cheeks.
Stop recording me, nigga.
Don't fly her out.
Give me the phone.
Watch out. Don't take my phone.
Stop recording me.
No. Don't fly her out. Look, don't fly her out.
Bruh, you...
She ain't call no cheeks. I've been FaceTiming her.
This my cheeks, nigga. This my ass and my coochie. What are you talking about?
For 2 months.
I don't have to give you no... Nigga, just get me there. I don't care, nigga. I don't care about none of that shit. I don't care about none of that shit.
Meet out on FaceTime. She flirting and stuff. You want a free trip? You
wanted to whip your wiener out, nigga. I ain't asked you to put it in the fucking camera.
Okay, I'm about to whip over here and drop your ass up too.
Whatever, nigga. Just get me there. I don't even know why the fuck I came here.
Good evening, Key.
Good evening. Good evening.
Do you have comments on the video so far?
No, go ahead. You can roll it. I listened. I watched. I seen the first part.
So Erica said that's kidnapping. What do you think? I don't I don't know if it's kidnapping I don't know legally the fine parameters around what kidnapping is. I think I understand what you're saying though. Well, were you saying this about what I said about the possibility that a man will hold you in the room and not let you leave unless you have sex with him, which I would call that kidnapping as well as coercion, like I think Nia said earlier. So I would agree with that. Or were you saying that about she's actually lucky he took her to the airport? Yeah, I don't want to give him a lot of accolades for taking her to the airport when the whole reason that he's taking her there in the first place is because he flew her out under disingenuous intentions. But yeah, probably somebody else will leave you out there in a foreign country by yourself or will force you to have sex with them. You should have a backup plan in your own money. He should have paid for everything regardless of sex if she was invited. And here's my thing about this. I think we're all in agreement that you should, even if a man says, I'm going to all expenses paid, even if it's just a date out for dinner, even if it's just Applebee's 2 for $20 down the street from you, I do think you should bring your own backup plan. My backup plan is a Glock. It is a 9mm, and her backup plan I would suggest be the same as well as her purse. So regardless of sex, if she was invited.
If that is established up front, I would just like to throw that out there. If that is established up front.
So what if he invites her for sex and he says, I'm only flying you out for sex, or I'm only flying you out if we have sex. And then she gets there and says, I don't want to have sex.
So it doesn't give him any kind of right, any kind of obligation, any kind of anything to her at that moment. Now, okay, yeah, now you can be upset because we agreed on something. This is what we said we were going to do prior. Now, I will say it would obviously make him look a little bit, I guess, better. I don't want to try to make him seem like he's in the right on anything, but I'll say if this was the agreement up front, this is why I'm flying you out. You fly out here. You don't do what we agreed to do when I flew you out here. You can be upset with me if you want to, but now you need to figure out a way to get home. Plain and simple. Vitamin. We had an agreement. You didn't uphold your end of the bargain. Now you need to figure out how to get home.
Do you?
But I'm specifically wanting to point out Polar's situation with him paying for everything anyway. If she was invited, that's got to be established up front. I'm a firm believer in taking women out on first dates and all that stuff, paying for anything. But if I don't tell you up front I'm paying for everything, yeah, you need to have your own money just in case you come out or just in case you get there and turns out I'm not paying for everything.
So you agree with Polar?
To a certain extent, yes. I mean, to a certain extent. But if I tell you that I'm going to pay for everything, okay, that's fine. Yeah, I should pay for everything. I've told you that. You agreed to come under the assumption that, hey, this person is going to pay for everything and take care of me. Now, still have your own money for a backup plan, because how do you really know? You know what I mean? You really can't just trust based on words of saying they're going to pay for it, and then you get there and they don't have money. Now you both look stupid. So have your backup plan. But if we don't establish that, don't assume that.
So it's your assertion that the man should establish up front, I'm paying for everything here. And if he's only going to pay for it if you have sex with him, he should let you know that, hey, if you don't have sex with me, you have to find.
Yes, I agree. In this specific instance, yes. He was very wrong by doing that, assuming that that's what he was going to get just because, oh, I'm going to fly her out here to hang out with me, to visit, to have a good time with me or whatever, and I'm instantly going to get to have sex with her. He was very wrong in assuming that without knowing that or establishing that up front. He was very wrong in that. So, yes, me personally, I'm a firm believer. I think that should be established up front.
Okay, so I don't think we have a disagreement here. I do think men should be upfront with their intentions. And if they gonna pay you to come out and have sex, sure, that's y'all relationship. Do whatever y'all want. as long as he lets that be known up front that if you don't have sex with me, you're going to be here alone. So make sure you bring your own money. Sure. I don't think men are going to do that realistically, but I do agree with you. Erica says, I don't understand why they don't just hire the girlfriend experience and hire someone who will give them sex at the end of the date. I think this is a good justification for legalizing prostitution in the United States. That's what I would do. But since we don't have that, the next best thing is telling women up front when you're on Tinder, when you're at the bar, if you meet a girl in the book, wherever you're at, where you meet girls online or in person, telling them up front your intentions as far as I'm here for sex only, or I'm here with the expectation that we're having sex on the first day or something like that, is the next best thing, which men aren't going to do because then they're going to get rejected. As we saw with that Psychology Today study, apparently men are down bad out here. Okay, if you fly someone to another country and hold them or leave them, is that what you're saying? It's kidnapping if you fly them to another country, but then I guess kick them out and leave them all to their own devices. Is that what that means? If he had raped her, there's very little that would happen to him in terms of consequences. It would come down to he said, she said. I think this is a comment on, is this a comment on, I don't know what country he flew her to. Is this a comment about that country's sexual assault laws, or is this just sexual assault laws in general, or just a critique of the justice system when it comes to rape victims? I don't know. But I think I agree generally. Make sure you have your round trip ticket. So I think they can, I think even if he bought a round trip ticket, I think he can cancel it after you get there. So even that, I'm not sure if it's safe or not. I would say he needs to send her the money to buy the ticket herself, and then let her buy the ticket. That way she don't have to worry about if he cancels the ticket, he can't. You bought it. And if he feels like that's insane, why would I just give my money to her? She could run off with it. Well, why are you inviting her out on a oh, y'all been talking in these comments. Why invite her out to fly if you are scared to give her the money? Just give her the money. Like, I feel like it's sex work with extra steps. And not y'all encouraging something that I don't know where y'all live, but unless you live in I think Nevada, somewhere in Nevada, I think this is illegal. So these dudes acting like they are more than Johns. Apparently they not pay a sex. So y'all are all about escorts, I see, sex work. Shouldn't be legalized but decriminalized. I guess you are not going to give up on that point. I know what you're talking about. Why won't they just pay? They have escorts that will give a man the girlfriend experience. It's a thing. I feel like you can get the girlfriend experience without sex, which is what she offered him, but he wanted the sex specifically. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I am wrong. Okay, let me get out of these comments so we can play the rest of the video. Not going to another country with a stranger is a good idea. So it sounds like they were actually a little vulnerable with each other. He's like, we've been FaceTiming, we've been talking all this time, and then I fly you out and you're wearing a little clothing around the house, but you don't want to. It sounds like they've had some form of maybe long distance relationship or cutesy little talking stage or something like that. So they have established history, which is why I feel like this is even more insane. It's like, I wouldn't think a woman would go with a random stranger to another country. It doesn't sound like they're strangers. It sounds like they've been talking or dating, I guess, non-sexually, just romantically. And now he's mad because he overinvested, I guess, in his opinion, and didn't get his return on investment that he wanted. He can't cancel your flight out. Not y'all know. How y'all know this stuff? Let me find out y'all getting flirted out. Men that have good intentions will give you the money to book. I think so. and ask if he should get 2 rooms. I think so. Like, this feels like a conversation that should have happened, right, Key? Like you were saying, this is a conversation that should happen before you fly somebody out for sex. Like, hey, now that you're out here, I'm naked, suck it.
See, and that exact comment right there, to me, that right there, even if it's not direct, because yes, I mean, I have to agree, with a lot of the comments about it leaning closer towards prostitution and, that whole thing. Okay, I'll agree with that. However, that comment right there, kind of that vibe situation, right? If he asks you up front, you know what I mean, or he gives you kind of his take on the situation up front, hey, whatever. We're going to be staying here or whatever. There's 2 beds. There's 1 bed. I expect to sleep in the same bed. And like she said, should I get 2 rooms? All of these things, if all of those things are discussed prior to you getting on that plane and arriving, it'll give this woman, it'll give anybody, not just the woman, it'll give everybody an idea, kind of sort of an idea on what to expect. If you have 2 people who are getting 2 rooms separately, okay, I mean, it should not be expected. I mean, it shouldn't be expected with 1 room, but it definitely shouldn't be expected. If we're sleeping in completely separate rooms, why are we doing that? Maybe, okay, I feel comfortable coming over to have sex with you, but I don't feel comfortable sleeping in the same bed with you. Seems a little weird, but there may be people out there like that. So, yeah, like I said, I agree with that comment. Those kind of things should be established and at least mentioned, you know what I mean, to get that kind of that vibe out there before. That way, hey, if she says no, she wants completely separate rooms. She wants to be completely ready and completely doing, done doing her thing before I ever see her. She doesn't want me in her room. All of those things are established up front. Then it'd be harder for you to run into this situation.
What do you think about these comments? A lot of them are saying, hey, Jenny Bean, by the way, a lot of them are saying something along the lines of, why does he have a unsaid? Remember, he didn't say it until she's already out here and alone and vulnerable. Why is there seeming to be a consensus amongst men that if I fly you out, you should know, I shouldn't have to say it, you should know that I'm owed sex now? Or maybe if he pays for your dinner, or maybe if he invites you over at a certain, why is there this type of entitlement to sex when it comes to men doing something for a woman?
I really have a hard time addressing that specifically, only because I think it is a larger portion of the men doing this. You know what I mean? So I won't try to act like this is something that is select and, uncommon between a group of men, because there are a large portion of men who, if they invite you over late at night, if they do what this guy did, fly you out or something like that, they feel entitled. They feel like they're owed something or anything like that. So why is that the case? I don't know. I don't know if it's something that has been started, you know what I mean, and they've just passed that down the line, you know what I mean, throughout society and all these years, and it's just like, oh yeah, this is common, this is understood. If this happens, this is what we can expect. I don't know if that's necessarily the case, or if it's just a thing among men. You know what I mean? Because it could just be a strict thing among men, and women all these years have never bought into that. And it's just among men that, hey, you know what I mean? She should know that if I invite her over at this time, or if I say come over at this time, or come over, or if I pay for this dinner date, or if I fly her across the country, if I do these things, this is what I'm supposed to get in return. And for some odd reason, it's always that one thing of men feeling entitled to a woman's body. You know what I mean? In a sexual nature. 9 times out of 10, but for some reason it's always that one thing. You know what I mean? It's never, hey, if I fly you out, you know what I mean, or if I pay for a dinner date, you know what I mean, I'm entitled to a phone call the next day to let me know how it's going, you know what I mean, or let me know how it went, and let me know if this would be something you could do again. That's all the entitlement should be. You know what I mean? It should be lowered down to that level. If you didn't enjoy this date, I just ask that you call me the next day and tell me. Not, I paid for a date, you owe me sex, you owe me your body. I really can't explain why that's a thing. I just know and firmly believe that it is. And like I said, it could be a man thing. It could be a society issue. It's really one of those things that I don't know. It's hard to answer.
So another question that may be hard to answer. Would you agree that women have a type of stereotype about not being good communicators when it comes to their feelings, emotions, expectations, and stuff like that. You know, kind of the hey babe, is something wrong? No, it's fine, everything's fine. Would you say that women have a type of stereotype like that?
What do you mean? Go ask it again.
Do you think women have a stereotype about not being good communicators of their feelings?
Okay, I'm gonna say no. Only because I think women are the more emotional, you know what I mean, creatures whenever it comes to that. So I think that overall they are good at expressing their feelings. They're good at letting you know how they feel about situations, you know what I mean, or how things make them feel. So if it's that you're asking, no, I don't think there's really a stereotype attached to women. I think it's more attached to men, that men are, you know what I mean, it's more difficult for men to express their feelings and how they feel about things.
So do you think there's validity to that stereotype, especially when we're talking about men today, who you said this is men generally, so you won't even pretend like it's not. Do you think there's validity to that stereotype, especially when men are just, I guess, refusing to let women know up front their feelings as far as what they want, what they expect on the first date, what they expect when they do something for you or fly you out?
Yeah, I would have to say that there's validity to it on the male side, because if there wasn't, like I said earlier, if there wasn't, there wouldn't be such a large population of these men. Like I said, the group of it is large. If you ask me, it's a big group, because you can go down the street and pick out 10 random men and talk to them all separately, you know what I mean, one on one, and have the conversation. And I guarantee you, 8 of these 10, if not more, 9, will tell you, yes, if I hit her up late at night, 9, 10 o'clock, after, the dark hours, I'm expecting to sleep with her. I'm not inviting her over just to hang out and keep me up late at night to watch our favorite movies together and discuss it and then walk her home, walk her to her car. I'm not doing that. I'm doing that in hopes or in expectation that we're going to have sex. So I definitely think there's a validity to it, because if you also ask that same group of men, would you openly tell her, hey, I'm only inviting you over this late at night at this hour during this time because I expect you to have sex with me? If you ask that exact same group of men that, I guarantee you, if they were honest, they would say no. I wouldn't tell her up front. I don't intend to tell her up front. I intend for us to just do it and then her to be expecting that. You know what I mean? So more than likely, it'd be hard for a man to admit that, but you can see it. In this very situation, you can see it. Yeah, he may say, I would have been, if, you know what I mean, somebody would have talked to him prior to her coming out, he probably would have said, yeah, I'll be upfront with her. I'll let her know up front what's going on, what the intentions are. But clearly he didn't do that. So, yeah, I think there's validity to it.
So there's kind of a culture around men being disingenuous about their feelings, as far as, especially when seeking relationship. It sounds like we agree there. I'm going to quickly put this on the screen. I wanted to know what you think about some of these comments. The first comment, these are public, so I'm not showing anything that you guys can't go and see. The first comment says, at first I was on her side, then seeing how he was speaking and not being violent, no yelling, he was actually taking her to the airport like a gentleman and being honest. Yes, I flew you out for the cooch. Now I'm on his side. How do you feel about that, Key?
Mixed. I will be on both sides. I'll be on the side of, there's so many cases, and it happens, where, women are molested, raped, sexually assaulted, abused. There are so many cases of that happen for a lot less. You know what I mean? Not every man that's out there doing that has flown a woman across the country and now he feels like he should do that. So I'll be on his side in the fact that he was a decent enough human being, because it should have been expected to begin with, but he was a decent enough human being not to go that far. I'll give him that. Go ahead.
Isn't not assaulting someone and taking them back to the airport when you were disingenuous about your intentions to invite them? I wouldn't is that being a gentleman, or is
And
that?
that's why I didn't say a gentleman. If you heard what I said, I did not say he was being a gentleman. I just said he was being a decent human being, because any decent human should have done that anyway. You shouldn't just leave her out in the wind. You know what I mean? When you've invited her over, you've flown her out, not giving up front what you expected. And now you're upset because you didn't get the outcome that nobody knew you wanted but you. Nobody knew you were expecting that outcome except for you. So now you get to be, you know what I mean, less than a normal human because of that. No.
Can you call him decent when he did that? What you described in the first, what he did in the first place seems horrible. So it's like the least he can do, literally the least he can do, is take her back to the airport. I wouldn't call that being a decent human being more than I would call Hitler giving a Jew a ride to the to a camp decent. You know what I mean? Like, hey, I saved you a walk to the to your execution. So I wouldn't call that being a decent human being. But I mean, I see what you're, when you say, hey, it's men out there who they would do a lot worse than that. I feel like we're setting the bar pretty low for what it means to be decent. I think communicating your expectations before she flew out would have been the bare minimum of decent human being. So I feel like we're already below that now, even if he does give her a ride back to the airport. You did say gentleman, by the way. Somebody said they ran the tape back.
Yeah, yes. I seen that in the comments, and I won't argue with that because, it probably happened. But I will say that, yeah, no, I did not intend to give this man the credit of being a gentleman because, like somebody did say in the comments, a gentleman would not have been in this situation in the first place. You know what I mean? And I'm pretty sure attest this for you as well as myself that neither of us have ever done anything like this. Now, I won't speak on what kind of gentleman we are, but I don't think a gentleman would have done that. I strictly just mean a decent human. Now, when you say the bar is set pretty low, I guess, for what it takes to be a decent human, I would say so. But I think that the morals of being a decent human vary from person to person. So I really don't know where the baseline is. You know what I mean? I don't know where the standard of the baseline is because to some people, and what I mean by that is to some people, what they do or how they act in a certain situation to them is being decent. You know what I mean? And acting like that's okay to some people. Now, to other people, it may not be. You know what I mean? So what it takes to be a baseline decent human, I guess, I really don't know where the baseline is or where you would draw it at.
I feel like you should, like the comment I said, have on the screen. He is now recording her while he's having an emotional breakdown in this type of outburst where he's like, how dare you not have sex with me? Look at this world. Don't I ain't have my phone. Look at this world. Don't talk to this woman. If you invite her out to the country, she's not gonna like putting her online for millions now to see, and while he drive her to the airport. I need you to give up on he's a decent human being. Can I get you on this side?
Overall, if you want my overall view of the situation, no, I don't think he's a decent human overall. But I did not react to it, and I was not reacting to it overall. I thought we were specifically referring to the fact that he didn't act outside of his mind. He didn't do what a lot of other men have done to him, and he didn't do, you know what I mean, anything physically. And from what we've seen, you know what I mean, he didn't call her out of her name. He didn't, degrade her, anything like that. Now, did he say things
we didn't play we didn't play the rest of the video, huh? Well, you don't have that context, so don't worry about it.
Okay, yeah. See, I'm speaking specifically on this situation. He gave her a ride back to the airport. Was he wrong for the way he acted overall? Very. Not decent at all, not a good person at all overall. On the specific instance of him giving her a ride back to the airport without doing anything further to him, being that she said no, and he actually respected her saying no, you know what I mean? I would call him decent for that. Just that. Overall, yeah, definitely not a decent human overall.
Okay, I'm not going to fight you. I don't think I'm going to convince you. So I'm going to go back to that comment instead. At first, I was on her side, then seeing how he was speaking and not being violent, no yelling, actually taking her to the airport like a gentleman and being honest, yes, I flew you out for the cooch. I'm now on his side. Does it not seem kind of concerning that, damn, all this shit in my screen. Does it not seem concerning that this man turns on a camera? Didn't we talk about DaBaby one day and how when DaBaby and Danny Lee were having their fight, they were kind of like, I guess some stuff was going off the camera, and then we know that DaBaby has this type of history of allegedly being extremely abusive, physically, mentally, verbally towards women. So what happened off the camera, I'm sure, is interesting. But then he turns on the camera and starts filming her, and she's fuming and mad, and she's like, "How dare you? Why would you do this to me?" And he's just looking at the camera like, "Hey guys, I'm sitting here real calm. Like, I don't know why she's acting like this. She's being crazy. Like, what's going on?" So doesn't it seem kind of disingenuous for the men watching to say, well, he's being calm, he's being cool and collected, and she's acting wild. And so, he's being a real gentleman. I think we talked about that we talked about Ray and Zay from The Ultimatum and how she was like just yelling at him while he was super cool and calm. Doesn't it seem kind of disingenuous to call him calm and collected when he had the benefit of preparing himself as he get out his camera to record and try to make her look crazy to the internet?
Oh, most definitely. And I would even go a step further and say, just as we called DaBaby, that kind of behavior is manipulative. Manipulative to everybody watching, like the young lady that commented on there. You know what I mean? Saying about how he's being calm and everything like that. They have no clue what took place prior to that video. Prior to him starting the film, starting to record, the only thing that they can verify that did or did not take place was they did not have sex. That's the only thing that can be verified, obviously, because you hear what is being said in the video. So I would even take it a step further and say that it's very manipulative behavior. So disingenuous is the least of that situation. So, I mean, yeah, I would definitely agree with that.
The next comment I wanted to discuss was we were looking at the comments more than the video. That's crazy. She said she could have paid for her own ticket, but also said she came here with nothing. What I interpreted that as is she has the money to obviously buy the ticket herself, but since he offered to pay, she took it. And because of that, we discussed earlier, she left her wallet at home apparently, and she don't have the money to get home, which we all agreed. Even if someone offers to pay for you, you should have your own money. And I would go a step further and say, if you don't have an established relationship with a person, then don't go. But it sounds like they had some established relationship already. Maybe you should only go on a date that you could afford to pay for your half by yourself, just because apparently these men aren't going to do it. But somebody said in that comment, she needs this humiliating moment in her life to shape up. I hope she learned from it. I'm going to add Nene as well. He also filmed her for millions. Key, I feel like I need you to concede on he's decent for taking her to the airport, because while he took her to the airport, he was filming her for millions of people to embarrass her and shame her.
Okay. I'll tell you what, I always hate giving in to one side of the debate whenever I say something about it. But I'll say this. What he did in that moment was wrong. Filming her to put her on live TV, or not live TV, put her on social media for everybody to see, to put her out there like she was the one that was wrong, is just absurd to me. Doing that was just absurd. So I'll definitely say he was very wrong for what he did, filming her like that. So if you want to play that part of it, yes. The only thing that I was addressing and saying was decent about the situation, and I mean, some people may not agree, because I guess the baseline, or the bar is set too low for what it takes to be decent. But when you consider the number of other women that have gone through much worse or have had to go through problems with men that they've tried to say no to, that's the part that I just said it was
The
decent.
fact that you have to compare it to rape, does that not seem?
And you're not wrong. Like I said, you're not wrong. It does seem as if the bar is set fairly low.
So
Being that, okay,
why
he
set
didn't
the bar low? Why set the bar low for what it takes to be a decent? It's not like I disagree
So
with
the
you.
bar, I'm not setting the bar from my standard. I'm not setting it from my standard. I'm just speaking off of the standard of the situation. Because clearly, okay, let me say this. Maybe this will help a little bit. Clearly, that guy's bar, his standard baseline for what it takes to be a decent human being is already pretty low. Being the fact that he's flying a woman out to wherever he was at, expecting to sleep with him. His bar is pretty low to begin with. You know what I mean? So in my mind, he's in the category of men who feel entitled to a woman's body or feel entitled to a woman at all because of something that he's done for them. You know what I mean? To me, he's in that category of men.
So according to your standard personally, he's not a decent man. But when
according to my standard,
it,
not at all. And I think I said that earlier. But yeah, no, according to me, not a decent human at all. For that situation, for the overall situation, no part of what he done is considered decent from the moment that he did not come up front and have a relationship with this woman, have an understanding with this woman, and I mean, go as far as to say, you know what I mean? Hey, like, when you come out, you know what I mean? We're gonna have a good time together. If things were to lead one to another and we ended up sleeping together, you know, would that upset you? Is that something that, you know, you don't plan on doing? Like, those are the things that I feel like if you're gonna go through that much trouble to get a woman to come and spend time with you, those are the things, or at least conversation based, you know, type of things that should happen prior to you getting there. So yeah, overall for me, if it was me, no, I don't think he's a decent person at all for that situation.
okay,
Not at all.
my next question.
He wouldn't even have to record her, and he still wouldn't be a decent person.
My next question is going to be, sorry to cut you off. Why do you have a different standard for yourself than you have for him? Which I asked you this. Wait, before you answer, we're going to go to Nini. I want you to think about that. I'm going to think about it as well. We talked about the McDonald's viral video where this man brought McDonald's to his child. And me and you both agreed that as far as our standard, he does not meet the standard to be a decent human being. But when we compare him to the other baby daddies who weren't doing anything, and when you blah, blah, blah. So I would like you to think about why the bar is so low for this man when you have a standard for yourself that would not meet. Nini, you can go ahead since you've been up here, and then we're going to go back to Key.
Hello.
Thank you, Themis, for sending my funky $5 back. I appreciate that.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
Oh, greeting. Yes, I wanted to yes, I just love the topic because I was born in Zimbabwe and we have a similar culture.
I'm sorry, you sound a little soft, like a little far away from the mic.
Is it better now?
That's much better. Thank you.
Hello? Okay.
Yes, I can hear you.
Exactly. In Zimbabwean culture, we have a similar culture. When I was born, I remember my mom teaching me about men. And she told me certain things, like if a man does something good for you, like when he buys, like when you are married, when he buys something for you, I should go on my knees. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Exactly. And like please your man every night. It is very much important that every night you should satisfy your husband. If you don't do so, he's going to go outside. And I should stay a virgin until marriage. But my brother should experience before marriage. They should have gutter sex, and then he can then get married, because men need to experience, different sexual experience before they can get married. And never marry a man under 35. So those are the teachings that I was given by my mother.
So
the men are under yes.
I have a question because I'm confused. There's number one, if a man is doing something nice for you, there's an expectation for you to please him sexually, but there's also an expectation for you to remain a virgin until marriage. but there's also an expectation for men to get experience before marriage. To me, these things are not adding up in my mind, and maybe I'm doing the math wrong, but I'm not seeing how this is possible. And I'm not blaming obviously.
The way I understand it is my mom said to me that men need longer to secure, to be, to be responsible. She said to me, never marry a man who was under 35. When you marry a man under 35, you are to blame when he starts cheating. Because men before that age, the testosterone is too high. So marry a man after 35, the best is a man in his 40s. This is what she was telling me, but I should stay a virgin before. I should be a virgin, a virgin until I get married. But he should experience other women, Don't be the other woman he's using, but men need to use other women, This is what she unfortunately was teaching me about men. So there is this expectation. Exactly. When he does, like when he buys necklaces for me, I should go on my knees and go on your knees as much as you can for your husband. And always, every day, please him every day. So this is what she was teaching me. That's the way you teach your husband and be a submissive wife.
You said you are this is in Zimbabwe, you said?
No. I now live in the US, but those are my tradition, that I was teaching when I was here,
But you're from Zimbabwe?
Exactly.
That's very interesting. What you're talking about is a sentiment that was echoed to me by another woman from Zimbabwe I was talking to recently, and she kind of describes how the young women there, like underage, like extremely underage women there, are expected to please the man sexually, and if those men take advantage of those women even without their consent, her mother, her grandmother, aunties were like, this is just how it is here, this is normal, and brush it aside, kind of. So I think that's very interesting. Would you maybe be interested about maybe sharing some life experience offline, and maybe I could present it when I do that video, which you can do that anonymously if you would like to.
Oh, thank you. I would love to do that. There is this expectation, for women, even I, when a man does something for me, I feel like a thank you isn't enough. I remember when a man does something, good for me, just say thank you isn't enough. You have to give you some touch, or even if exactly. So I do understand women when there's something, I do, understand women when they have the feeling I need to give in my body to show really that I'm grateful. And that is, I think, a global problem, because a lot of women are telling me this. That's why for me, I don't take anything from men. The man wants to give me something, I say no.
So
no, thank you.
So it sounds like you understand that type of thinking was harmful to be taught to you. Is that still something that influences your thinking today? Have you moved past that type of mindset? Because from what you just said, I feel wary to take something from a man today, even though you're aware of the fact that this is wrong. This is the wrong way of thinking, that a man should be entitled to sex just because I accept a gift. Do you think that still influences you today?
Yes, because I'm a very sensitive person. So there are some women who are less sensitive, who can really just don't care. But me personally, I don't take anything from men. And maybe if I get married, even in a marriage, I will be very careful by doing that, because there is abuse in women, marriage, when even men have expectations. So me personally, even what I teach the girls, if you don't know the man, don't take anything from a man that you don't know. I'm sorry, this is the society we are living in. I just don't do it.
So
no.
I'm curious to know, Key, when we were talking earlier, we discussed how when it comes to the manosphere and pickup artistry, they see situations like this as sort of a game where I'm exchanging money for dinner in for the expectation of sex, or this flight for the expectation of sex. I think you said earlier you don't have an answer for why men do that. Is that still true?
Now, I'll say, unless all these men come from, you know what I mean, and no disrespect to the country, none at all. Now, unless all of these men come from where she's from, and that's how they all believe, and that's how they're all raised, okay, I mean, I guess now it makes sense because of those teachings. But if they're not all taught that same way, then no, I really just, I mean, like, it's hard to have an answer for that. If anybody else has an answer for that, I would love to hear it, from a learning aspect, or from, just some more understanding, because without me personally um ever heard, I've never heard of such a thing. I've never heard of that type of thing. You know what I mean? I've seen it across the board in all kinds of men, but I've never heard of it like, oh yeah, if you do this for a woman, or if you do things for a woman, they owe you, because they don't. You know what I mean? They don't. That's how I've always been taught. They don't. You should do it out of kindness, you know what I mean? Because that's what normal gentlemen, and to me, that's what gentlemen would do. I would take you on a date if I wanted to take you on a date, not expecting anything from you. You know what I mean? Just because I wanted to take you on a date for whatever reason. Now, how these men are thinking, like I said, I don't know why or how, because I just don't.
This is not true. Even African American women tell me about the same issue. So please don't just say my man. No, this is a global problem of women that we have with men at large. So please don't just stigmatize Zimbabwe men. This is a global issue. So even African American women who end up being molested tell me the same stories. So please, we should be honest on this. I think we should be honest that we have those issues. This is not just Zimbabwean men. I'm not saying all men do this, but this is also an African American, American man issue that, or maybe a power imbalance issue, that we have. So that's all what I wanted to say.
I hope I'm not framing this as if it's just a Zimbabwe men problem, or even just an African American men problem, since I think men in general in America, and probably other countries as well, if they have a patriarchy, have a type of entitlement thing where I guess the structure of the patriarchy is that I provide finances and you provide your body and your youth and your womb and stuff like that. So I don't want to make it seem like I'm just attacking a certain demographic of men, even though I have seen this, and this is anecdotal, overrepresented in Black men. These are the only men I've seen making videos about, I flew you out and you didn't have sex with me, so now I'm going to embarrass you. Maybe white men are making those videos and I just don't see it in my content feed. Maybe they're better at hiding it, don't know. But I don't want to make it seem like it's just one demographic of men. I do think it's men generally, globally. So,
and I would agree, and that's why I thought that I did say it, but maybe I didn't. That's why I said not just men in her country at all, men across the board, because I've seen it in multiple different races of men. You know what I mean? And heard of this in multiple different races of men, and that's why I said I don't know.
I think you cut out. You're on mute, Key. Okay. Nini, the next question I had was regarding, you said earlier, this is why I tell my daughters or girlfriends or who, I'm sorry, I don't remember, but this is why I tell my girls, you better not accept gifts from a man. Don't be doing this, blah, 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 because the man is going to expect sex from them or something sexual for them in return. Wouldn't it be, maybe this is unfair to say, but wouldn't it be better to tell them that, as opposed to don't accept anything from these men because they expect something, tell them that it is okay to accept something from a man without giving him sexual favors in return? And I say maybe that's an unfair way to teach girls, because we know that men have this certain type of violent behavior they do once they're rejected. But how do you feel about maybe going that route?
I don't know. I think if they get older, maybe then I can use that rubber when they are young, because I don't want them to have this emotional confusion, when he
Hmm.
gives you something, now he is writing to you, calling you, and he's getting angry, now he's aggressive. So, and he did give you something, so I have to feel, okay, now I have to do something. This is the way I am, and I am a sensitive person. That's the reason why I tell them, okay, I try to build the intuition as women and girls. And if they have some funny feeling with a man, don't take anything from them because we don't know what they expect or what they want, or maybe there's a bad energy. I know I'm looking juju, but I always tell them, don't expect things from men that you don't know. But if we are honest, even family members now touch, their own girls. It's a very complex situation, but I do tell them, don't take anything from men that you don't know, especially when it comes to money. This is where I am very, very curious about when they're giving you money. This is where I am, I give, if you need money, you can come to me. I give you the money. Don't take it from another man. This is what I try them to explain to them, you know?
Yes, and I'm going to try to find the comment. Jenny Bean said earlier, refusal to smile equals please insult and or assault me in their minds. So as we're having this conversation about how women give what? Hold up. As we're having this conversation about how women shouldn't be obligated to give a man sex or shouldn't be I don't feel like you should be obligated to give anybody anything for a gift in the first place. But as we talk about how I feel like you should raise your daughters not to not to be able to accept something from a man without expecting to give him sex. But like the people in the comments have been saying, and like you've said, and we've all said up here to some degree, um, there's this type of landmine field that you have to navigate as a woman where saying or doing the wrong thing that is not um, in a man's best interest may get you assaulted, may get you killed, or something like that. So I'd like to explore in the future maybe a this is kind of an impromptu live stream, but I'd like to explore how we can teach people about the way the world should be versus the way the world is, because I'd like to teach my daughters, for example, in the future that you shouldn't be scared to walk out at night because it's wrong for a man to assault you, but the reality is it is not safe. So maybe we can have that conversation in the future. I don't think we're going to have it tonight because this is impromptu. Themis, let me find this super chat that y'all are asking me to read. Girl, no to the man. Now you agree after saying you didn't see it before. Key, at some point, did you change your opinion up here?
And that I actually want to know what Themis was speaking on when he said that, because I don't know what I changed on that. I said I agree and I didn't see it before. I don't know if he was referring to me saying that I've seen the behavior, but I haven't seen the teaching before. But I definitely did not change on that, because I said that earlier. I've seen the behavior across the board in all aspects of men, races, it doesn't matter. I've seen it all across the board in men. I just personally have not seen the teachings before. I want to know where these kinds of teachings, and when I say I haven't seen these teachings before, as in like I haven't been around anybody, any men, any, you know what I mean, elderly men in my family, and any situations where they've been like, oh yeah, this is okay. This is what we want you to, understand as you get out there and you grow up to become, a man in your household or whatever, or in society. This is okay. I haven't seen that around me before. That's what I was saying. I didn't change on that. No, I still fully am behind that. I have not seen that before. So I mean, I really don't know what I changed on, but I am curious.
I saw those teaching, like before men should marry, you should have women to experiment on. I saw those teaching with male bodies. I think men need to learn to be honest. Men, if men are in their body clubs or with their bodies with their male friends, I think men are quite honest. Or like, I had five women last night. Yay!
Oh,
Yay!
you saying Key's being disingenuous up here because he's in public, but in private you think he's talking about some other stuff with the guys? Is that what you're saying, Nini?
I think men, I don't know about Key. I don't know him, and I don't want to disrespect him. This is not that what I want. But I think that men in private, in their with their bodies, in their male group, do encourage certain behavior. I give her that. Did you smash her or did you get her in the night? I think men do those things in private when they're alone. I absolutely do believe that. But when they come on, they are somehow change the conversation, or like, I don't know, any man. I think men do, and they know behind closed doors.
Okay, so you think that men are ignoring? Jenny Bean just said it in so many words. Men are on code. So even if there are degenerate men in my friend group, I've never seen any bad man. What are you talking about? Everyone I know are exceptional black men. I've never seen any absent fathers or killing. What are you talking about? Never heard of it. All of my friends are great in my environment. I think that is directed towards you, Key, even though Nini didn't say it, as well as the comments about how you're saying, number one, you don't see this within your specific friend group and you haven't seen the teaching, even though you've seen the results. Number two, I think the contradiction they were pointing out earlier was, it sounds like when she was talking about how the Zimbabwean men do this, you were saying, well, maybe that's true over in Zimbabwe, but I don't see that teaching here in America. And then later you said, this is not just an American thing, it's globally. So I think that was the
I understand the contradiction. So I didn't mean to say it like only that's happening in Zimbabwe. I said it as in maybe that's how all of these men, as in all of the men that fit into that group, are being taught. Because she openly said that was the way they were taught in Zimbabwe. So I'm saying maybe that's the way all of these men are being taught, unless they're all being taught that same way. Just in reference to the way they're taught, I guess, in her country, maybe all of these men are being taught that same way. Not just men in her country, all of the men that fit into that category. Maybe that's how they're all being taught.
I do not feel like that is what you said. I really do not feel like that is what you said. I'll go back and watch after this is over.
Okay, no, I mean, if it didn't come out that way, fair enough. But I must have to stand on the fact that I said maybe all of these men are being taught that same way. That I didn't just say only men in her country are taught that way.
Okay, I'm going to pull up a comment I wanted to see as well. Oops, didn't mean to put that back on there. My dad taught me not to take anything. Maybe that's a good conversation we can have. So you said you do see the results, as in you do see the misogyny, you do see this type of patriarchal values that men have around, I give you money, you give me sex, but you don't see the teaching. Have you ever heard of Kevin Samuels?
Yeah, I know who Kevin Samuels is.
How do you feel about him?
I think we have had mixed feelings about Kevin Samuels, because I have never agreed personally with anything that Kevin Samuels has said. I have just always said that Kevin Samuels should be free to express how he feels about any specific topic. A lot of people used to, talk very badly and very poorly about Kevin Samuels because of his views. So I've never personally agreed, and I think we've had these discussions before, or a couple at least before.
But before you get too far in that, you have seen him, in that you tell me you disagree with him generally about, I guess, everything except for the fact that he deserves the right to free speech like we all do.
Correct.
So you know his opinions and his teaching and stuff like that.
Do I know them? I mean, I don't know Kevin Samuels up and down. No, I was not a fan of Kevin Samuels, like I just said. So therefore, I did not sit and just watch everything that Kevin Samuels done. I kind of seen a general overview, you know what I mean, of some of the things that he thought, some of the feelings that he had, which is why I can say I did not agree. However, yes, only thing I've ever defended Kevin Samuels on was the fact that he should be able to openly say the things that he openly said.
You did a Kevin Samuels video with me, didn't you?
I did.
I'm going to go back and rewatch that because I don't know about what you're saying right now.
I just told you we've done a Kevin Samuels video. I'm pretty sure we've done a Kevin Samuels video before.
So I would assume at the very least, you know some of his teaching, even though you say you're not familiar with it, even though you say you disagree with it. Interesting. But you at least know some of his teachings. Could you give me maybe one example, one or two of some of his teaching?
I will only say the specific one that we had a video on before, hoping to jog your memory on how that discussion ended with how he mentioned the unattractiveness of Black women. I don't know if that jogs your memory any, but I do believe we spoke about that one before.
You know what? I think I'm going to be fair here. Before we did that video, you can answer the question on the screen if you would like to, Key.
So the one that Themis said, I think is, it also came up. I think that kind of sort of question came up previously. So, and I know what's about to happen, but I'm gonna go ahead and say it because I think a weak-minded man should not be allowed to openly speak. If you're weak-minded, you shouldn't be able to speak because you don't have a leg to stand on. So I'm gonna stand on this. Yes, Themis, I would agree. If he wants to openly hate on people or openly say that he doesn't like a group of people or doesn't like anything, yes, it's freedom of speech. He should be able to openly say that. Now, before you get too crazy about it, he should not be able to openly degrade somebody's character personally. He shouldn't be able to openly talk down on a specific person. So if he's just openly bashing one person, no, I probably wouldn't agree with that. But if he openly wants to talk about people he does like or does not like, yeah, I think there's nothing wrong with that. It's freedom of speech. I mean, we discuss a lot of different things that we do and don't like. So just because he does and does not like specific people, what gives us the right to discuss ours but not him?
I think hate speech is, I don't think it's legally defined, but I think hate speech is protected under free speech under the First Amendment. And slander or libel, I'm not sure what it's called, I'm not a lawyer, but where you specifically target a person to talk about their character or something like that, I think is illegal. So legally, I think you're safe here, but I do think it's interesting. I don't know that I'm Key couldn't handle a serious conversation with a real man, so he left. It's fine. I don't think. Okay, Key's back. Key, did you run away?
If you said anything, no, I didn't hear it. No, I didn't run away. I'm speaking, but I'm also dealing with a toddler.
So I think Chica says it well in the discussion we had. I'm looking for the video. I really don't remember what we even talked about. It's privated now. But there we go. I pulled it up. Let me put it on the screen. I'm not going to go through this whole video. This is 2 hours long. No, thank you. Not hate on people, hate speech. So slander and hate speech are two different things, right? So hating someone specifically, I agree with you, someone should not do. But hate speech, should I define hate speech for you?
Please do.
I'm going to Google it. Abusive or threatening speech or writing that expresses prejudice. What?
Go ahead.
Abusive or threatening speech or writing that expresses prejudice against a particular group, especially on the basis of race, religion, or sexual orientation, which in this case, obviously, the hated group in Kevin Samuel's case would be Black women.
Okay, and see, and look, here's this. These kinds of things, and okay, these kinds of things are not against the law. These kinds of things do not fall in defamation of character. You know what I mean? Which obviously is against the law and not allowed. And that's why I said specific on a person. So if you look in the comments, you'll see kind of where I was going, but I didn't want to be the person to put it out there. You know what I mean? Because I would not openly tell anybody to do anything of that nature. Open and free speech does not protect you from the consequence that goes along with that. So I'm not telling you to go out there and speak how you want, you know what I mean, and how you feel to just anybody expecting, oh, it's freedom of speech. I can say what I want to and nobody can do anything about it to me, because that's not the case by any means. But if you want to speak how you want to speak openly, that it's free. You should be able to do that. And that's the only thing I defended Kevin Samuels on. People were saying Kevin Samuels shouldn't be allowed to. And I just see these things that I'm kind of recollecting in my mind about people saying Kevin Samuels shouldn't have been allowed to, you know, speak how he spoke on his platform openly because of the things that he was saying and the nature that he was talking. People were saying he shouldn't be allowed to. And I just said it openly. That's not fair. He should be allowed to. If that's how he feels, he should be allowed to. Now, if somebody was to do something to Kevin Samuels for the way he was speaking because they felt, you know what I mean, a certain type of way about that, guess what? Kevin Samuels probably should watch how he was talking in the ears of most people. He should watch who was hearing what he was saying. So yes, freedom of the speech that he was speaking should be allowed. And I'm saying that. But for people to react how they want to react, that's between them.
Would you be okay with a white man having the legal right to call you and your child an N-word?
If he said it directly to me, as I just said, it's a different situation. Because, and here's the thing, and I'm gonna say this, and I know it's probably gonna sound bad coming from a black man, but I'm gonna say this: if they're doing it because it happens on video, on their own platform, in their own, you know what I mean, comfort of their living, I mean, does it bother me? Not to an extent to where I'm like, man, I can't even sleep at night because they're over there doing that way over there. So that doesn't bother me. Should they be allowed to speak how they want? Sure, speak how they want. That's perfectly fine. They should be allowed that. But
again,
would I allow that kind of free speaking protected by the freedom of speech to go on in the nature of my home, to go on around my children, around me? Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
I have questions. You are not okay with a white man directly saying to you, you are N-word, your child is an N-word. But if he comes up on a public platforms and tells all black men, we are all, or black women too, we're all N-words, all of your children are N-words, you are making a separation between the two. I think free speech, I'm in agreement with free speech. Of course, I agree with you that you're going to have consequences depending on what you say. I don't know if a man should be given the platform from a private company to use his free speech in such a hateful way. Themis asked, is your morality regulated by the law?
Unfortunately, yes. But
No.
not to a level that I'm not me and I didn't have an upbringing. Not to that extent, but to an extent of semi sort of yes.
I didn't like that answer. I'm not gonna lie. I didn't like that answer.
And I know you wouldn't like that answer, but it is what it is. We can speak offline about that.
I have to. Maybe the question was not asked well. Is the only thing that determines is the major thing that determines what is right for wrong to you? Is it the law or is it your own moral and ethics, your personal moral and ethics? Like if they legalize, I don't know, dating children the age of 13 and up tomorrow, would this now be acceptable to you? since it is legal?
Okay, now I understand this question differently, and maybe it was just not presented to me, I guess. I don't know. No, that's not what determines what's right and wrong to me personally.
So maybe you misunderstood the question. With
Yeah,
that
I
being
had to
said,
misunderstood it, because that's not what determines what's right or wrong to me personally. The law is only the law for the general public. That's just the law. If you break the law, you deal with whatever people deal with the law. But to me personally, no. What's right and wrong to me personally just stems back to how I was raised, what I believe in, you know what I mean, my upbringing. Being a Christian, that's kind of what sets my morals, you know what I mean? It sets where my moral compass is aiming. So if you're saying somebody could do something within the reasons of the law, like just like I said, speak freely because they're protected by the Constitution, saying they have freedom of speech. In my
you just cut out.
Did you hear what I said or no?
No, you just cut out.
Okay, I'm saying, yeah, no, like I said, if somebody wanted to speak freely in my presence because it's allowed by freedom of speech, like the Constitution, which the law allows, no, because morally to me, no, I wouldn't accept it. To me, it's not right. Now, would the law allow that? Yes, which is why I said, and the only part of it that I meant in that whole thing is on their own terms, on their own platform, doing their own thing, they have that right. I don't know if that answers your question directly or if you're looking for something else.
So what did you think the question meant initially?
Initially, I thought you were referring to the fact that, do I have to look at it, or should I look at it as him being wrong or anybody being wrong for speaking how they want to speak on their own terms, on their own platform, like acting how they act on their own platform? Should that affect me and how I feel morally?
From the question, is your morality regulated by the law?
My morality is not regulated by the law. My morals are not regulated.
What I mean, your first question. The first time I asked the question when you didn't understand it, what was your understanding of it?
To an extent, like I just said, to an extent, if you're talking about somebody speaking on their own platform, doing their own thing over there, should they be allowed to do that? Yes, the law says they should be allowed to do that. It says they're allowed to do that. So therefore, they're allowed to do that. To me, is that right? No.
So how about this? Since
it's right for them to be allowed to do it because that's what the law says. So I guess that I don't know if that alters my moral thinking or my morality at all, because the law allows them to do that over there. So they should be allowed to do that over there. But if they were doing that over here, does my morality change? I guess you could say yes, because I wouldn't allow that. I would feel some type of way about that.
So your morality is regulated by the law.
And I said only partially. And that's what I'm thinking, if I'm answering it correctly. Only partially, because I think they should be allowed to do that openly and publicly. Like I said with Kevin Samuels, they should be allowed to speak openly and publicly, because it would be wrong of me to say they shouldn't be allowed to do that because they're protected by the freedom of speech. So should they be allowed to? Sure. I think people should be allowed to say what they want to say. I mean, it's just me personally thinking. Not everybody has to agree with that.
So
some people could personally think that people shouldn't be allowed to say what they want to say. And like
let me reframe it. Let me reframe the question. The question was, okay, forget is your morality governed by the law? You agree that even hate speech should be protected under the law of free speech. Okay. Do you believe that YouTube, which obviously, even though free speech is protected, YouTube can have a guideline against hate speech and stuff like that? Do you think YouTube, outside of the law, should have a rule against this type of hate speech that he engaged in?
Should YouTube have a law against the speech that Kevin Samuels engaged in?
A rule or a guideline, yes.
If you asked me personally, I don't think so, because like I said, Kevin Samuels wasn't, he wasn't degrading anybody personally. He should have been allowed, and I mean, he was to an extent, to speak how he wanted to speak. Everybody is. Everybody does it. People do it, so they should be allowed to do it. So I can't tell YouTube or the owner of YouTube or whoever, you know what I mean, governs this platform how to feel. So if they felt like that's stuff that they didn't want on their platform, I can't tell them not to allow that.
But I'm asking you, how do you pretend YouTube is your platform? Will you allow hate
If
speech
YouTube was
on
my
your
platform, I would have allowed anybody to come on and say what they wanted to say publicly and openly on the platform. Now, would I allow people to come on to the platform and openly talk down on me, openly talk down on, you know what I mean, pretty much anybody personally? No, I probably wouldn't allow it.
So you have earlier, you said it's morally wrong because we talked about a white man coming to call you and your child an N-word, and you said, I wouldn't let that fly. Then you talked about it's legally protected, though. So if he goes over there and does it, who cares as long as it does not personally affect me? And what you're saying now is, and this is my last question, you can respond. If I owned YouTube and set my own rules, everyone will be allowed to say what they say, including hate speech, unless it is specifically towards me.
I mean, I would say, yeah. I don't know if you're wanting me to say it as if he's specifically in my presence, or you just mean on YouTube, like out loud on YouTube.
On YouTube, he made a YouTube video where he said, Key is, I hate him. He's ugly and stupid.
Okay. And what is that? Okay, here's my question. Because I know people get very upset about this, but I mean, it is what it is. What is that going to do to change you and who you are at all? If a person came out and said, how many people do you think openly talk about how they don't like another person, or how they feel towards another person, or how they feel towards another group of people? You know what I mean?
You don't think
people do it all the time. They get on social media all the time and do this all the time. I can't stand my boss. I can't stand my coworkers. I can't stand Jenny from up the street. She got dogs that get out all the time. There's nothing wrong with people openly saying that. Or if people were to come out there and speak about any race, not just straight towards black people, about any race, they get out there and do it all the time. So therefore, if you're asking me, no, there shouldn't. I don't think there.
You don't see it as harmful. You don't see it as harmful if a man with millions and millions of followers and several other men like him.
Do I think it's harmful to the culture? Absolutely. I think it's harmful to the culture.
Not to the culture. He's speaking specifically to black women. You're average at best. Oh, you're in the top 1% of women. Don't care because you're ugly. So none of your achievements outside your looks matter. Is your man sexually assaulting your daughter? Ignore it because kids lie. You are universally unattractive black women. If there are several black men spreading this type of rhetoric online, you say it's okay because people say mean words all the time. So why should you? I don't understand your position.
My position is that why should Kevin Samuels be stopped from openly speaking how he wants to speak, even if it's online? If it's allowed online and it's allowed on that platform and it's allowed, this is the part, if it's allowed within the laws, he's not bullying anybody. He's not talking down to anybody. He's not, you know what I mean? There's no defamation of anybody's character there. He's just openly expressing how he feels. So yes, I only defended him on that. Why should he be stopped from just that, from openly expressing how he feels?
I mean, couldn't someone openly express something like, I feel like we should raid the Capitol on January 6th because I disagree with the way the country is being. Couldn't someone say something like that on an online platform and it gain a lot of traction and cause damage, real life damage to people?
And I didn't say it couldn't. I never said that it couldn't. I just said a second ago it was harmful to the culture. What Kevin Samuels was doing was harmful to the culture, which is why I did not agree with Kevin Samuels' views. His views and what he said, I didn't agree with. And I don't know if it's trying to be twisted to where I am and you're trying to push me in that direction, or if you're just not understanding. But I never agreed with Kevin Samuels' views on what he said. I didn't.
No. I think you're misunderstanding the direction I'm going. when you say they should be allowed, who cares? And I just brought up the fact that people were online talking about raiding the Capitol on January 6th. Do you remember? I think earlier, either this year or last year, I don't remember. But they legitimately raided the Capitol in real life. And before they did that, there was all this type of derogatory speech online in which they were talking about how I disagree with the government and blah, blah, blah. So while you're saying people should be allowed free speech online, the government or the FBI, whoever came in and started shutting down those chats, investigating those chats of people who were talking about they're going to go raid the Capitol because that has real world consequences. So when we're talking about,
okay, and here's the difference. Did Kevin Samuels ever mention doing anything hurtful to black women? Did he ever mention doing anything harmful or hurtful to anybody? Kevin Samuels,
he recommended.
No, hold on. Kevin Samuels' comparison is not the same because these people were talking about physically going and doing something that would break the law. They were physically going and doing something that would cause harm, cause damage to anybody, to people, to property, to things. They were physically talking about going and doing this. Kevin Samuels wasn't doing that. Kevin Samuels was openly expressing his views and his thoughts. That's all I defended him on. So I don't know if that comparison is exactly the same, because I would never tell somebody to openly go out there and go talk about starting a riot. It should be cool for people to talk about going and starting a riot and then going and, you know what I mean, acting on this riot. I would never agree with that. But that's not what I said either. I said Kevin Samuels specifically, his views and his thoughts are all he's openly expressing. Why were people saying that he shouldn't be allowed to do that? Simply viewing his thoughts and his, expressing his own ideas on his platform should have been allowed. It shouldn't have been. I mean, it could have been an issue to people personally, but it shouldn't have been an issue to where people felt like he should have been taken down or blocked or stopped from doing something.
Real quick. Do you recognize the video on stream?
I mean, they all look the same, but sure.
You see what the title of this video is? It's Kevin Samuels, his detrimental impact on the black community. Do you recall the conversation we had in that video? It's about 2 hours long.
For the most part, go ahead.
So during that video, we talked about Kevin Samuels, and we went through this type of history he has of, for example, telling black women, you should, when your daughters are sexually assaulted by your man or their stepdad, you shouldn't immediately believe your daughters because children lie all the time, which I consider extremely dangerous. You agree with me. We talked about how he recommended that black men be allowed to beat black women. If black women get too loud or aggressive towards them, then he should be able to domestically discipline, which is just a fancy word for domestic violence. And we also talked about just generally, even when it doesn't come to those two, which I consider extremely aggressive towards black women, even I would compare it to the Capitol. He talked about how if you are a man's wife, you shouldn't be denying him sex. So these are some extremely harmful rhetorics, physically harmful rhetorics, aside from his mentally and verbally damaging rhetorics like black women are universally unattractive, or single mothers are leftovers, or women over 35s are used good. Like, outside of being directly physically abusive or encouraging men to be physically abusive towards women, which he did towards black women specifically, he also encouraged the type of verbal and mental abuse towards black women. And you're saying that these things are not equal.
Okay, and how is? And I mean, please explain to me. Did we discuss that on that video? Because I don't believe we did. I don't believe we ever discussed Kevin Samuels openly saying, and I've never watched Kevin Samuels videos that openly said this or anything, or advocated for these videos of him saying that it was okay to domestically violate anybody, to do any of these things to anybody. I don't recall us discussing these things.
The video is 2 hours long, and I don't feel like going through it. Maybe we can put it on.
Yeah. I would definitely go through the video myself, because what you're saying does not bring any memory back. Because I definitely did not agree at any point, and I will firmly say I didn't agree at any point to Kevin Samuels saying that you can domestically violate anybody, to anybody doing that. But I don't remember us discussing that also on the video that we discussed about him.
So if we go through the video and we do in fact have a conversation about Kevin Samuels, and let me read the title of this: Kevin Samuels, his detrimental impact on the Black community. If we go through this video and you see an instance of us discussing him recommending domestic violence towards women, him recommending sexual assault towards women, him recommending that you brush sexual assault towards Black children under the rug, then you will concede on your point that it is not harmful to the community.
Okay, I don't know what point you're trying to get me to concede on.
You said Kevin Samuels' rhetoric is not the same as the Capitol riot, because the Capitol riot was people online suggesting that people go out and do real world harm. Kevin Samuels suggesting that Black men go out and assault Black women, or Black men cannot sexually assault their wives, or Black women are blah, 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 is, to me, especially what he said about not believing your children about sexual assault. To me, that is a direct real world consequence, just like the Capitol riots, that Black women will face from his rhetoric online. So I would consider those things of the same level of danger, of real world.
And as
danger.
I said before, we never discussed those things, and I've never seen Kevin Samuels videos on those things. I didn't say that Kevin Samuels never said those things. I never said he never said those things. I didn't say that at all. If he did say those are things I don't agree with. I wouldn't agree with that. And as I said before, I didn't agree with Kevin Samuels' views. So should he be telling people to openly go out and, violate their wives or abuse their wives or abuse their kids, doing that? No, he shouldn't be doing that at all. Those kinds of things should not be allowed at all. But that's not what we discussed. And that's not what I said.
That's not what we discussed?
That was not what we discussed. We did not discuss anything about Kevin Samuels openly saying that it was okay to go out and abuse your wife, or, domestically violate your wife, or beat your kids, or, anything. We didn't discuss anything about that. And if we did, I can assure you that I didn't agree with it.
It's not about
the only
it's
thing
not
that
about
we
whether
discussed,
you agree with. It's not about whether you agree with what he's saying about domestic discipline and such. It's about, do you think he should be allowed a platform to spread this type of hateful rhetoric, especially when it will have real world consequences?
Should he be allowed to? No.
So if I were to show
just
you
as the same thing, that kind of thing right there is similar to the Capitol riot situation. That right there, telling people to go out and abuse their wives and doing those kinds. There are young men that see those kinds of things. Those kinds of things right there should not be allowed. One, obviously, yes, against the law to begin with. But two, that should be against anybody's morality. Nobody should just want to tell somebody, hey, yeah, it's okay to go out and beat your wife. Nobody should want to tell anybody those things. Now, what we discussed on Kevin Samuels' views and his thoughts and his opinions, should he be openly allowed to express them in a different manner? Yeah, he should be allowed to. I didn't say Kevin Samuels should be allowed to tell you to go out and beat your wife. That's not what I said. And that wasn't what we discussed. If he was telling you how he felt about a certain group of people, he should be allowed to do that. And I said it earlier in this video, and I'll say it again. Is it damaging to the Black community? Very, very harmful to the men and women of the Black community. Very. But does that change the fact that he should be allowed to say what he wants to say? It does not change that fact. It does not change that.
We're not going to watch the 2-hour live stream in which we did talk about that. I'm going to send that to you privately for you to review. We are going to watch Kevin talk about why it's okay for you to beat your woman, why you should ignore your child when they're being assaulted. Nene, you've been up here for a while, and I don't want to ignore you. If you have anything to add while I put these videos on screen, please do. And I will have those up for you shortly.
I am, overwhelmed when I hear, Black men protecting, Kevin Samuels. And I did watch one video of him, the average at best, and that damaged me Oh my God. I felt so bad because I am 28 and I am unmarried. So even me in Kevin Samuel's world, I am a used up woman. I'm used up. No man picked me. I'm also dark skinned. So even me, I supported Kevin Samuels. It really made me depressed. I was really in depression because when I look at that video of this beautiful woman, but maybe I'm a woman, so maybe in her black man eyes, she was ugly. But when I look at her, I saw nothing wrong with her. You know, I also have a child, so I'm already in the lower category of getting a man when we look at Kevin Samuels, choosing men. I'm a single mother, 28 over 25. So that's why I don't watch Kevin Samuels. It makes me depressed. I feel literally, I am, I feel useless. That man was so toxic. And my problem is people saying, yes, but he was telling the truth. If telling the truth makes people sad and depression, can we tell people the truth in love and support and in nurture? I mean, when I talk to little children, I don't talk like that. We can do that. But somehow, this is the first time where I saw how black men really are. And that shocked me. I was shocked because that man was so toxic. The way he was talking, the words he was using, the way he was treating women, even about his domestic discipline, even the way he was diminishing women's success and PhD. Like there was a 41-year-old woman, and the way he looked at her in his face, he looked at her so disgusted. And I say, wow. And then seeing black men supporting him, that actually, shocked me. And I know Kevin Samuel did ruin a lot of marriages. This is where I pull back of black men at large. This is what I was shocked. If this is how black men think, then we have a problem here. That's all I can say. I mean, yes. Even listen to Kay, he should be allowed to speak the way he speak. Normally, he should have other older men holding him accountable maybe and saying, listen, brother, you cannot talk like that. You cannot have a woman crying on your show and keep on punching on her. I mean, I don't know. I mean, that's all I wanted to say. That's all. I mean,
Thank you, Nini. Vitamin, you can also go to respond to what you said. I'm doing a I'm doing a video actually on Kevin, not his content, but his tone, his verbiage and language towards women, and how the type of shaming and chastisement that he does towards women is actually counterproductive when you look at it from a mental health standpoint. If your goal is to get a demographic of people's behavior to change. If I'm saying my goal is to help black women, but my language is you fat ugly losers, you'll never find a man, that is a direct contradiction to what I say my goal is, because that is doing more damage than it's doing good. Cynthia G's actually going to be in that video. She's not going to be in it like over here, she's going to be in it like I'm also critiquing her. So thank you for bringing that to the forefront of my mind, Nini. You can stay up if you would like to, or get off. Vitamin, you can go as well, and then we can take a look at those clips with Key.
Hi, guys.
Hello. Good evening.
So I just wanted to come up to kind of lay something out on the table that I suspect, just from having seen Key on here before and things that, like the way the conversations tend to go, that he may not have considered. And it's no thing. Your thoughts are your own, your opinions are your own, your beliefs are your own. But it just seems to me that, hey, everybody saying hi to me in the chat. It seems to me that typically like you'll say something and then like people will introduce other information or other viewpoints, and then you're kind of like, oh, I hadn't considered that. So there were just a few things that kind of occurred to me you may not be taking into account when speaking about someone. Like, generally, yes, it's a good thing and a democratic thing to have people be able to say whatever it is they feel like they want to say, to have free speech and all of that. That is generally baseline a good thing for us, in a democracy. But the issue with this particular person, I think, is more so the things he was saying weren't just like hot takes or, mildly controversial things. They were incendiary type of things. So when we hear someone who is, espouse, and I'm going to assume again, because I'm not always watching all the time when you're on. I've only seen you a couple times for a minute here and there, but you seem like a good guy to me. And I would assume that you view yourself as a good guy. So when you hear people who, for all intents and purposes, view themselves as good people, just kind of being like, oh yeah, no, it's cool, whatever he says, he should be able to say it. That's kind of like a red flag of sorts, because it's like, well, why isn't it significant enough, the things that he's saying, to be like, yes, people should be able to say, whatever they feel. However, these particular things, like, it feels like there's something missing from a quote unquote, and I'm using air quotes, good minded person. So when you're coming off as though you're more into defending his right to say whatever, as opposed to upholding certain standards, which when, questioned, you espouse are your particular standards, but it's coming off as if they may not be. Does that make sense?
It makes sense. It makes sense what you're saying. Only because I know I guess you mean that it sounds like I'm more defending Kevin Samuels and what he views and thinks, rather than, establishing what my own standards and views are. And even if I establish them or have established them by me defending Kevin Samuels, so to speak, it sounds like mine are kind of misleading, or disingenuous, if I'm not wrong.
Yes, it's coming off as disingenuous for you to be like, oh no, he should be able to say whatever he wants to say. But then it's like, well, he said that, oh, well, I don't know anything about that, but he should be able to say what he wants to. You know what I mean? Like, it's just kind of like, I feel unsafe. Like, I generally feel like I should feel unsafe around you. And it's like, it sounds like you may not even fully know. If I'm just gleaning off of your conversation and stuff, you may not have even just bought into all of that and went down that rabbit hole of even watching everything that he said, or the things that when they were talking about him, you probably were just minding your own business, raising your own kids and all of that. But I think you may want to take a little dip your toe in that pond a bit and see what type of things he was saying first, before just kind of go, oh no, yeah, no, what's the big deal? Because it's just coming off like, what's the big deal?
And I'll accept that. And I'll accept that on the basis that, yes, I openly said it earlier. I did not go and watch a lot of Kevin Samuels. I'm not defending Kevin Samuels, and I don't mean to in anything. And like I said, I don't agree with his views because of what Petty has told me about Kevin Samuels. I said it earlier. I'm aware of who he is. Me and Petty have discussed Kevin Samuels on a few different occasions, not a lot because neither one of us are very big fans of him. But I didn't want to say that the specific instance we were talking about, with him openly expressing how he felt about a group of people, that specific instance, I was asked if I felt like he should be able to say that. And in that specific situation, yes, I felt like he should. It was harmful, and it is harmful to the Black culture. Those kinds of thoughts and his views on that specific instance are harmful to the Black culture. However, that specifically is not against the law. He's not bullying anybody. He's not saying anything. He wasn't saying anything illegal. Specifically on that, we didn't roll a whole video, so I didn't hear him, talking about domestically violating anybody, abusing children, treating anybody poorly. I didn't hear those things. Those are not the things that we discussed. Those are not the things that me and Petty talked about, and that was not the question that I was asked. So I could definitely understand what you're saying with the red flag situation. If it sounds like I'm trying to defend Kevin Samuels in a whole, but I'm not. I only speak on specific instances or specific questions that were asked. So,
well, that's the thing. I'm sorry to interrupt you, but it's it's not an all or nothing thing. The issue, I know me personally, I'm kind of having with the way this conversation is going. And again, it's not a thing of, I need you to submit to my way of thinking in order for me to feel good about you or anything like that. But I'm just offering this for you to consider. When we spend a lot of time kind of nitpicking on, what specifically is said and things like that, and I get that you may not have seen this stuff and everything like that. So, but what I'm saying to you is, while we're sitting there going over semantics about, what was said and how it was said and what specific words were used, I think I heard you say that some of the things that were presented to you were damaging to the community as a whole. Did I not?
Definitely. And I meant that because they are.
Yeah, so it's more of a thing as a woman who is a part of the community, who is a part of the sector of this community that is said to be so uncovered and unprotected. When we hear, like I said, air quotes, good men putting more energy into having precise conversations about these conceptual conversations about this, as opposed to saying, hey, someone's damaging the community, we got to do something about that. It's like, it's tiresome. Does that make sense?
It makes complete sense. And I won't try to defend any more about that. I will tell you this. I am on your side on that. And I'm not giving up my feeling of the free speech with Kevin Samuels. I'm not going to give that up because that's just one specific instance. But like you said, let's not focus on that specific topic we were talking about. Overall, and you can ask Petty about this, and we have spoke about this on live before. Overall, I definitely do not agree with anybody in their speaking on Black people, Black women to be specific, because me and Petty have discussed it before and talked about it before. The least protected, group of people out there are Black women. I feel like they have the least protection, and I'm not going to try to, gain any favorites or gain any friends, but we've spoke about that before, and I've openly said it and agree with Petty on it. Black women are the least protected. So therefore, when it comes to that and it comes to people talking about them, no, I don't want to hear people sit up and talk about them. I don't want to engage in any conversation when people are doing it. I don't want to engage in anybody's conversation or be in their presence when they're degrading Black women specifically. You know what I mean? And I feel some type of way towards Black women because I spent part of my time growing up with just one Black woman in the household. So yes, I feel a very, very, strong type of way towards Black women. So I will give you that. Yes, I agree. It's very tiresome to hear people doing it and hear people talking about it. And that's why I said I don't agree with Kevin Samuels. I think it's very damaging to the culture. I think it's very damaging to our community. It's even worse on Black women because of the situation of the culture, already. So, yes, I'll agree on all of those things completely.
Okay. Well, that's all I wanted to say. I'll still be in the comments. You guys have a wonderful night.
Have a good night, Vitamin. Thanks. Thank you for coming on. So let me not read the comment on screen. I mean, you can respond to it if you want to. Let me read it. That is a part of the Black women aren't protected things. You guys don't promote a non-abusive environment. You can respond to that if you want to, but I had a question after.
Well, I mean, I won't spend a whole lot of time on it because I've never found myself promoting a harmful environment. Now, if I'm promoting a harmful environment by saying Kevin Samuels should have have had his freedom of speech or saying people should have their freedom of speech, if that's me promoting a harmful environment, okay, I mean, I'll accept that. I won't knock it back. You know what I mean? If that's what you consider that as by saying freedom of speech, and in that same sentence, people shouldn't openly tell people, hey, McDonald's is a good restaurant. You can't do that because then I'm promoting McDonald's and I don't eat McDonald's personally. So I'd be promoting McDonald's in that same situation by saying people should have the freedom of speech. You know what I mean? That's basically that same conversation. So I'm not trying to promote a harmful environment for Black women. I don't promote those kind of things. I never have. Now, if me promoting his freedom of speech is doing that, okay, I'll accept it and I won't argue with it.
So let me pull it up. The comment theme is asked a while ago, is your morality regulated by the law? I think you keep bringing it back to a legal standpoint throughout the argument, well, throughout the discussion with Vitamin. And I think at some point we moved past the legal standpoint. I even conceded and said, okay, hate speech protected by the free speech, right? So let's put it into your hands directly. You own YouTube and you have the decision about whether or not to allow this type of hate speech on your platform, to which you say he should be able to have that. So this is why, if you're saying my morality is not regulated by the law, what you're saying is, even if it is legal for someone to hate speech, if they do it around me, I'm going to give them some hands. Like you said, if they call your child or you the N-word, if they do it towards me. But if they do it towards the population, why are you not applying that same type of hammer of justice that you would do when it's towards you as an individual? Because when I gave you control of YouTube and said it's your platform, would you like this man to speak on your platform, knowing his history of, well, you didn't know, but we all told you his history of hate speech?
So for me personally, and this is about to sound bad, for me personally, I wouldn't allow it because of the situation. Because Kevin Samuels is a Black man who should not be allowed to publicly degrade Black women, Black people in general. I wouldn't expect any Black person to do that. Now, legally, are they allowed to do that? Yes. But if I am the owner of my platform, i.e. YouTube, if I personally, on my morals, am the owner of this platform, I would not be cool with it. I'd be like, yo, like, you know, you should know better than that as a Black man to be sitting up degrading Black women. But I'm not speaking, and I wasn't speaking from a standpoint of being the owner of where he's speaking at. It's simply
You were.
When we were discussing this, I was not speaking from the owner of YouTube. When we were discussing this, I was speaking from the standpoint that we had on Kevin Samuels. Should he be allowed to openly discuss these things? Yes.
We moved from
would
should
I
it be legal?
Not if I had to allow it based on the law, because it's allowed based on the law. Not that. If we're moving to me personally, if Kevin Samuels wanted to discuss or wanted to degrade Black women in front of you personally, would you allow it? No, personally.
No, not personal. Remember earlier we were talking about legally. I conceded and said, well, let's say a company like YouTube, who outside of the law has their own regulations they can apply. Should they? You said, I'm not YouTube. I don't control what they put on their platform. If they want to, they should. I said, okay, let's take it a step further and say you own YouTube. Should he be allowed on your platform? Which you said, yes, he should. And we went into this long discussion about why. Now I asked you again and you said, no, he shouldn't, not on my platform.
He should be allowed on the platform. I said he should be allowed on the platform. Should he be allowed on the platform to discuss some of the things he discussed based on what you told me? No. Some of the things. Not all of it. Some of it.
So just the parts that are hateful.
Just the parts that are hateful. Just the parts that I don't like. Personally. If I'm the one controlling the platform. And I said it. I don't want to sit around and listen to people degrade Black women. So if that's what you're going to do, take it off the platform. I don't want you to sit up and talk about abusing your spouse. If that's what you're going to do, take it off the platform. But if you want to sit up and talk about other things that you may or may not like, or other people that you may or may not like, cool. That's personal. That's perfectly fine. But the owner of YouTube is probably not black. So therefore, Kevin Samuels should be allowed to if the owner of YouTube didn't take it down. But if it's me personally, no.
So let's step away from the domestic violence and sexual assault. And let's say he says something that's not so physically aggressive, something like Black women are universally unattractive to all races of men. They are the least desirable race of women. And of course, he has millions of men echoing that sentiment. Is that something you would allow on your platform if you own YouTube?
Well, it depends. And here's why I say it depends. Is Kevin Samuels speaking factual from a factual standpoint, and he's doing things that are, you know what I mean, for research purposes, or he's doing things for data discussion purposes? If that's the case, hate me all you want to, but I'm gonna allow it. He's not speaking personally. He's not speaking like I just personally hate Black women. So he's not bringing any kind of personal hate into it. He's speaking from facts, from data, things that we have done on multiple occasions. Now, if he's going to personally, with no data, no factual backup, none of that, speak about how he hates it or how he hates them, that's a completely different situation.
So he has to say the word hate. What if, like you said,
he doesn't even have to say the word hate. If he's speaking in a degrading manner from a personal standpoint, therefore, that right there is what's constituting the hate. He's speaking in a personal manner from a personal standpoint. He's not speaking on facts. He's not speaking on data. He's not doing any of that. You can't stop somebody from speaking on factual stuff or speaking on data. Yes, I would allow him to do that if it was things that people didn't agree with. It happens all the time. Yep, I would allow it.
The answer was no. Cantor is correct. If I had a platform and someone was talking about Black women are ugly to all races of men, they would not be allowed on my platform, data regardless. But aside from that, he was speaking in a, would you not call it degrading to call all Black women universally unattractive, especially when he did speak from this with no data, or the data he did have was racist. I believe the data he had was racist. So it'd be equivalent to going to a country where Black people are considered monkeys and using their system of beauty to rank women. Of course, Black men and women would rank the lowest, right? So would you not call that degrading? There was no data behind what he was saying regarding sexually allowing your children to be sexually assaulted, regarding domestic discipline being a relationship saver, regarding Black women being universally unattractive. There was no data to support anything that he was saying. Most of it was just derogatory towards Black women and their children.
And if there's no data behind what he's saying, then he's wrong. It's wrong. But when we spoke on it and when we discussed it, did we not have the data from what he was saying?
The data, I think you're referring to the golden ratio, I believe is racist, specifically towards Black people or anyone who does not have Eurocentric features. So if you're in a white supremacist country, then sure, it's valid data. Well, no, it's not, but it's accepted data. If you are not racist towards Black people, no, it is not accepted data. So you remember the live stream we did. And you remember we did talk about him calling Black women universally unattractive.
Very true. And when we discussed the live stream, there was data on what he was speaking on. And that's why Kevin Samuels should have been allowed to discuss it. There was data on what he was speaking on. Not once did we discuss about the data being geared or biased to any race of people. Oh, this is only a white person's data towards Black people. Not once was that the issue. So the issue would be the validity of his data. That wasn't the case. What we discussed was him speaking on the data that he had.
I think I made a very, very small reference to the golden ratio that I thought he may have been basing his data off of. Outside of that, no. And I think we did discuss the golden ratio being racist in the live stream. I'm going back to rewatch. At this point, I need to do a video reviewing that live stream because it's private and I don't want to make it public. But if I cut it up and cut up the pauses and stuff. That was back when I was a small YouTuber, y'all, and I didn't know nothing. So, but I don't know. This seems disingenuous because you're like, oh, I remember very vividly that part of the live stream where we were talking about the golden ratio and how black women are all ugly. But then it's like, wait, he said domestic violence? I don't remember that. Where? We never looked at anything like that. So now I'm curious. I'm going to go back and watch that video. Maybe we can have a discussion about that. But I forget the past. I've just told you that the golden ratio that I think he was using is based off of a type of racial discrimination that black women face when it comes to beauty standards. So the data he was using was invalid.
And I hope
and
everybody
irrelevant.
in the comments can all.
You're on mute. You're on mute, Key.
Again,
you were on mute. Chica, I didn't know there were actually hate speech laws. To my knowledge, I thought hate speech was protected under the was protected as a constitutional right under, well, not a constitutional right, but freedom of speech is protected and hate speech falls under that. I thought. So I don't know. I will look into that though. I didn't know it was protected. I mean, it was illegal in some states or cities. The theory that black women are not attractive was debunked. Pseudoscience by a YouTuber, PBM Fruits and Vegetables, pointed out. I don't think I've watched his debunking video, but I have looked into research debunking that study that Kevin was using. So we are saying, Key, that the data is irrelevant and it is discriminatory towards black women and men specifically. And the data is racist. So the data is irrelevant unless you agree with, I guess, sort of racist ideals, which I feel like this would be an easy no, he should not be on the platform. I feel even regardless of the data, I feel like no, he should not be on the platform for his way of speaking about black women in general, regardless
and if you want me to say it overall, here's what I do. Overall, no, he shouldn't be on the platform. Plain and simple. Overall, no, he shouldn't be on the platform.
Do you mean that?
For sure. And I mean, as much as we've discussed it and as much as we've talked about it, are people going to believe it? Probably not. But you know what I mean? I know how I feel about it. And yes, I do mean it. If we're talking overall about Kevin Samuels, and I said it before, overall about Kevin Samuels and how I feel about him, didn't like it, don't agree with it, and it doesn't align with what I feel.
Oh no. Was there a Bible? Did Deanne have a Bible study today? Let me see. Oh no. Deanne had Bible study today and we missed it. Why did I not get a notification? Oh. Maybe she'll do a second one tomorrow, or we can do like a Sunday service tomorrow. That makes me sad. Key, are you letting the chat influence what you're saying right now? And these aren't actually your beliefs, but you're just saying it
I'll be completely honest. I have not really been paying that much attention to the chat. I'm sure you heard this, my little one screaming in the background. I have not been paying attention to the chat. I'm just solely speaking back and forth with you because I've said it, and I don't know if it's something that's being taken a different way, that I didn't agree with Kevin Samuels and I didn't really care for the guy that much, you know what I mean, on how he felt in his views, because I didn't. And I said it too. I thought it was harmful. It's harmful to the black culture. It's harmful to young black men everywhere. It's wrong to talk about black women that way. I said all of those things.
I think we both agree that it's harmful from the beginning, but there's been a back and forth about him being allowed to say harmful things that negatively impact the black community, some in real physical ways and others in, verbal mental abuse and stuff like that. And you agreed these things do hurt the community, but still he should be allowed a platform to speak, even though you personally morally disagree with his views in general. Still he should be allowed a platform to speak, even when we took it away from legal, right? Forget the Constitution. YouTube is a privately owned company. Should he be allowed to speak? And you were like, yes, which I don't understand, because morally you're saying you disagree with his ideologies and you agree that there is harm he does towards the Black community. But if you are retracting that now and saying he should not be allowed a platform, you can say that now.
What you asked me was, if I own YouTube, would I allow him to do it on my platform? And I said no. If Kevin Samuels spoke how we talked about, and like we just said, finding out the validity of his data is false, now it becomes a different situation. It then becomes him just speaking personally on how he hates Black women. But as you said, and as I said, with his data, him speaking from his data, him discussing what he discussed, would I allow that? Yes. He's not speaking personal hate. He's discussing things that are facts based on data, like we've discussed before.
But we debunked the data. Well, we didn't debunk it here, but the data has been debunked before, as well as we debunked it on my last live stream. But I think I'm gonna save this conversation for a different live stream. I have missed Deanne's Bible study, and this does not sit right with my soul, so I need to go repent tonight. And this was supposed to be a conversation about what were we talking about? The man flying the girl out for sex and not telling her, and now we're talking about Kevin Samuels for like an hour. Look at this divide he causes in the community. Erica said, I would like to know when we're privately owned companies governed by the U.S. Constitution. This was my point as well. I tried to take it to YouTube to get out of the sort of legal spectrum. Okay, sure, it's protected under free speech. What about, should he be allowed to speak on a public platform that can make their own rules? Like, you can go outside and say, I hate Black women all day. Should you be allowed on Twitter to say that? Should you be allowed on Instagram, Facebook, YouTube? I think he is saying no now. You said you've been saying no. I think you said yes earlier. I'm going to rewatch. Even when it is your platform, he should be allowed. And then I think you changed it to no. But I'll just have to go back and rewatch. Silent Night. I forgot who Silent Night is. Is he the one in the suit who always wear the suit? I don't know what's up with men in the suits. What you got on right now, Key? No homo.
A t-shirt and shorts.
Oh, that's so hot. We're gonna cut that part out. Oh no, I'm being watched. We're gonna cut that part out. Did we finish? We didn't finish the video. We didn't even finish the video. We started talking about so Key, I'm going to send these to you and then we're gonna review them in the next live stream, and we can make I don't think I have a public Kevin Samuels video, so we can make one and be done with that, and then you can no longer deny it because it is public. Other than that, I'm gonna go through the comments real quick. Did you guys want to finish the video of the guy on the airplane? I mean, not the guy who invited the girl out, who invited her for sex, but he didn't tell her up front, which I think, Key, you and I think we mostly agree that you should be telling a woman up front that you want sex from her before you fly her out. And I'm not going to fly you out if you don't have sex with me, or I'm going to leave you stranded here and you're going to have to figure out how to get back home, in which case the woman probably going to deny him. So I think we're both in agreement that you should be upfront about your expectations. And even if she does fly out, you need to, as a woman, I feel like you need to have your own money, because this man apparently is going to leave you stranded in a foreign country. You need to have a gun or a taser, because he might decide not to leave you stranded. He might decide that he's going to get what he invited you for. We also talked about Netflix and chill, inviting a girl over after like 6 p.m. They say, you know what time it is if I invite you over after 6 p.m., as opposed to telling a girl, I'm inviting you over for sex. Don't come over if you don't want to have sex with me. They just have this imaginary world where you should know what my intentions are, even though I don't tell you, which is crazy to me. Because that doesn't seem like the type of blunt communication that men say they do. I don't think we talked about how, when it comes to dating in general, if you look at the Manosphere or pickup artistry channels, they treat or other advice channels for men, they treat relationships as a type of game to be won. Vitamin talked about this as well. Oh, Vitamin's still in the chat, about how, okay, a relationship, this is a game to be won. So while women are out here fighting for their lives and getting left and stranded in foreign countries, and you invite her over to Netflix and chill, but she didn't know you wanted her to have sex, so now you kick her out to walk home in the dark. Or you invite her to dinner and you pay for her meal, and now you want her to have sex, but she didn't know, because you, like, men treat it like a game where I should be disingenuous or manipulative without telling you my intentions up front, because you're going to reject me if I do. And that is scary, especially when Nina came up today talking about how if you reject a man, it's scary because that man is expecting sex from you. What's he going to do if you don't? I asked you the question, why aren't men up front? I don't think you had an answer for it yet. I'm not sure, but I would say it's because they have a fear of being rejected, and because of an entitlement they have to a woman's body. So they feel like they shouldn't be rejected. So because they know they're going to be rejected, again, the manipulation game where I'm going to manipulate you into some sex and yada, yada, yada. I think we have covered that quite well. If you guys in the chat did want to go back to the video, let me know. Otherwise, I think I'm going to read a few comments and probably wrap up. The dude's gonna rock with that golden ratio. I missed a good portion. Oh, you missed some good stuff. Well, I don't know that I would call it good stuff. We be on here being some degenerates sometimes. This is not a slight at you, Key. I'm also dusty myself. We need to define words like data and facts. Opinions are not facts.
Agreed. I'll have to agree with that comment, because what we discussed was not based on opinion. And I'm not going to reopen that discussion, but what we discussed was not based on opinion, because like I said, then it becomes, yes, okay, he is just doing that off of personal hate. What we discussed initially was based on data. And now that we've gone through with the help of multiple people, debunking the data or saying that the data is not valid and those things, it does change things. And if things can't change, then, okay. It sucks. If you're not going to accept the fact that it changes, then it changes. It's okay. But yeah, no, if the data is not valid and there is no validity to what he said or what he brought up, which is what we discussed, because we didn't know that. I didn't know it personally. I don't know if you already knew that the data was not real, but when we discussed that video and we watched that video, we were going based on the data that he had.
Okay, we're gonna see. We're gonna see. I don't get the need to defend the position of a man who you call detrimental to the culture. I think that's toward you, Key. I also noticed on the vetting live stream Themis did, where there's this need to, it was interesting for the bad men, the men who I would call objectively bad. There's this need to sift through, even How to Man. There's a need to sift through the boo-boo to find a golden coin or something in there that you can say, okay, see, he's not so bad. He has this one thing about him, ignoring the fact that you're sifting through garbage. I don't know why. That's not towards you, Key. That's towards the women, actually. The women did hold a L generally, but Key, also that is towards you. So why is there this need to defend the position of a man who you called detrimental to the culture? Sure, you say, oh, well, what about this one thing he said that wasn't so bad? But why fixate on that one little thing when we have this all-encompassing history of him saying something harmful?
And that's what I think that was Vitamin that came up, and that's what she discussed and said. And I don't know if you recall, but I definitely did not argue against that or fight back against that at all. And she said specifically, instead of fixing on that one thing and that one specific topic that we were discussing, look at it overall, the overall person and everything that he was saying, everything that he had said, whether it be personal, you know what I mean, or whatever. Let's look at all of that and then address all of that. And when we looked at that and we addressed it that way, you can ask her, we agreed that, no, I don't agree with it, didn't like it. And yeah, I agreed that it was wrong. And there was no defense there. I never defended him when we looked at it as that, because I didn't intend to defend him in the beginning, the middle, or the end. And
you defended his right to be here, not his position. But it's because of his position I feel he does not have a right to be here. I'm going to move on. Let's not open the discussion back up.
Exactly. That's why I didn't. That's why I didn't react to it, because I mean, it is what it is. You know what I mean? Like I said, not everybody's gonna agree with it. But like I said, if the data is not real, the data is not real or whatever. Okay, that's personal. He's eliminated from that point. There was nothing he was speaking about research, about data, about facts. None of that was the case. So therefore, he needs to be removed in that instance.
Chica said she want to watch the video, so we're gonna pull it up. Whatever happened to romance? Maybe I'm just a hopeless romantic. I think according to Psychology Today, Key, I wanted to do that study. I wanted to review that with you too. Psychology Today has just said that men are down bad lately. Like, men are down bad because women are not settling no more. So these men are just out here lonely and single. And what do we do about it? I wanted to look through that with you, but I think we're going to go back to finish out the video and then probably close it out there. Maybe we can talk about that a different time. Yeah, I don't want to keep you on too long. He needs someone to debunk data that Black women are the least attractive. I'm going to stop putting these on the screen because we have closed that discussion. But that is interesting. Okay, I want you to answer that, and then we can close out the discussion on KS. Why is there a need?
Mm-hmm. About the need to debunk data that Black women are the least attractive?
Yes.
I don't need anybody to debunk that from my personal opinion, if that's what that is after. The only reason why I said that it should be, or I guess it needed to be debunked, is for his sole ability to be able to discuss it. You know what I mean? Because, and I'll just use this for a comparison. We have discussed before about Black men, you know what I mean, being the larger population of men who are not in the home.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Okay.
So yeah, we have discussed that before. With that being the case, because we did it based on data, you know what I mean? We did it based on the facts, the research, and stuff like that. So therefore, I feel like we had a valid standpoint to be able to discuss that. We were not discussing that based on our hatred toward Black men, based on our personal opinions and looks towards Black men. We were not trying to degrade Black men. That's not what we were doing. We were discussing it purely based on data. So therefore, all I was saying is if he was discussing something based on data that he had, this was before we found out it wasn't real. If he was discussing it based on that, he should be allowed to. If we are allowed to, why is he not allowed to? Because it doesn't agree with, it doesn't align with what people feel. People are going to feel that way. If you don't like the way somebody's speaking, even if it's factual, because there's a lot of Black men out there that I can assure you right now don't like the fact that Black men have the highest percentage, you know what I mean, of being absent from the home. Me personally, I'm not absent from my home. I'm in my home with my child. So me personally, it does make me feel some type of way, you know what I mean, knowing that Black men have that high of a percentage. But if we're going to discuss it based on the facts, who am I to get mad because it's being discussed? You know what I mean? So that's the only reason why I said if he's doing it based on data, he should be allowed to. So being that the data was debunked or, it's not real, it's invalid, then it changes. Yes, it does change. Then it's personal hatred. No, I don't agree with that. So I didn't need it to be debunked. I mean, me personally, I will not try to gain a friend or make anybody like me. I feel Black women are beautiful. So if you ask me personally, you want me just to say that to make you feel, the slightest bit better. I personally feel Black women are attractive. All I said was if he's going based on data, he should be allowed to discuss it.
Black women are beautiful and attractive. I will just let that hang in the air. I like that part. Let me pull this back up. I like that. Black women are beautiful and attractive. I'm going to focus on that. And that is the part I'm going to. Yes, I like it. Let me pull this video back up since y'all said y'all want to watch. Chica said she wanted to watch. So y'all blame Chica. Oh yeah, I forgot people came in late, so they don't even know we was talking about they don't even know we was talking about this. But let me pull up this video of a particular woman who was flown out. Again, to summarize for those who are new here, a woman was flown out. Like, share in the data. Thanks for joining us tonight. Yeah, guys, don't forget to like and share if you're in here, or just liking is easy. It costs you $0, which I have 0 of because I gave my last funky $5 to Themis for a super chat that was not read, which hurts. But yeah, like if you want to, guys, or not. I don't care. But this woman was flued out. She was flued out, and the man expected sex from her. He did not tell her before flying her out that he expected sex. All he told her was, "This is an all-expense paid vacation where we will come out and enjoy ourselves." He then saw her walking around the hotel looking good, wanted to have sex with her. She said no. So now he is put her on blast, so to speak. He made a video to show the world that not to mess with this lady, because if you fly her out, she's not going to have sex with you, so don't waste your time. And to somewhat publicly shame her. And this is the video that ensued from that. Please sit back in your chairs, watch, and enjoy.
You're a lame ass nigga. You're a lame ass nigga. You a lame ass nigga.
You need a cane. You walk that shit. You need a cane.
You can't get no coochie?
What?
You flew me out here to get coochie?
Yes. I did.
Nigga, come on.
Yes, I flew you out for the coach.
It's cool. You're lame.
I flew you out for the coach.
You're lame, and I will never talk to you again.
All right, well,
I like how he's telling her that, yes, I did fly you out for some sex, after he flew her out knowing she had no resources to get home and it's in a vulnerable situation. And I hated the fact that in the comments the men were like, hell, he told her up front, now that you're out here vulnerable with no way to get home without my help. I guess, is that what up front means? Sure. Well, not sure. That's not what it means, but whatever. That's neither here nor there.
Nigga, just get me there.
All right, whatever.
The fuck?
Also, keep in mind the fact that she says, "So you flew me out here just for some sex," implies that she did not know that it was going to be an expectation for her to give him her body just for coming out on a trip. So this type of notion where men are like, you knew what time it was well, he's saying that in the video, you knew what time it was. Why you didn't say anything before you came out here? It's like, before I even ask you to have sex with me, tell me you're not having sex with me, so I don't waste my time trying to have sex with you without telling you that I want to have sex. Does this not seem like some freaking games? Isn't this what Vitamin talked about? How this woman is literally out here fighting for her life, trying to get home, make sure she get home safe in a foreign country. And this man is like, you should have read my mind and known that I was expecting sex from you before I ever said anything, even though I didn't say that's what I wanted. And whatever. Prostitution with extra steps.
Hey, y'all about to drop her ass off.
Yeah, drop me off, nigga.
Y'all ever see her out? Don't fly her out.
Drop me off, nigga. Don't worry about it.
Man,
don't worry about it.
You done. Don't trip. You done. You been dropped off.
I don't care, nigga.
Watch out.
The fuck?
That shit kind of. I'm just saying that shit.
No, you're lame. You're really lame.
No, I'm saying what you did was lame.
What was lame?
What you did?
Because I don't want to give up my coochie to
you.
You
On the phone,
nigga, you're weird. Nigga, you're weird.
I flew you out.
I don't give a fuck, nigga. I could have paid for my own shit, and I still would not have gave you no coochie. So what are you talking about? Nigga, you lame as fuck. No, you lame as fuck.
I fly her out, pay for her food, she want to take a shower, walk around in my room with a towel on. I can't get cheeks though. I can't.
This is what I was talking about earlier, Key, when I said she was walking around his home looking nice without a lot of clothing on. And to him, that was now consent to have sex. So the fact that she didn't have sex with him after consenting by walking around in a towel is upsetting to him. Hello, T Prince. Did you have any comment on anything that's going on so far?
I mean, she's entirely in the right. Absolutely. I feel like expectations should have been set first and foremost. If he was going to do this and he wanted to get laid out of it, he should have expressed that beforehand. Also, I feel like the argument could have been avoided had boundaries been set prior to as well. So I don't want to say she's in the wrong because I don't believe she is. But had she said, all right, I'll come out, but I don't want to put out, then he would know, okay, he would know to either cancel the whole thing or, you know.
I'm not going to go ahead, Key.
I only want to say one thing, and I don't want to make it sound bad. She shouldn't have to do that. The part where you said she should let him know up front, I want to come out or whatever, but I don't want to put out. She shouldn't have to do that for the simple fact that that should be the baseline. That is the baseline for me personally. Every time you meet somebody, if I meet you, we go on a date, we hang out, you come over to my crib, I come over to yours. That's the baseline. The baseline is I'm not anticipating sex. I'm not expecting sex if that was never discussed. You don't have to tell me first, hey, just so you know, we're doing this dating, we're doing all this hanging out, I'm coming over, you're coming over, but I don't plan on. He wanted sex. He should have addressed that to her first. Her standpoint is not, I need to let you know I'm not having sex. His should have been, I need to let you know I expect or want sex from you.
No, you got a good point. You really do. I feel like she shouldn't have to, but I feel like if this is their first time meeting face to face, then absolutely, like it shouldn't be expected. But
T, can I ask you question? Sorry to interrupt.
Yeah, no, go ahead. Absolutely.
You can go ahead. Oh, he's back. Can you hear me?
Yeah. I think I'm out of range of my Wi-Fi. Hang on, I'm getting a little closer. Go ahead and ask your question.
It's not that I disagree with you about both the man and woman setting expectations before the date. I'm actually more on Key's side here because I feel like when it comes to a man being entitled to your body, you should not have to set a boundary around, hey, you do not have access to my body just by me consenting to be on this date with you. I do understand what you're saying about how it shouldn't be like this. A woman shouldn't have to tell a man, hey, just to let you know, I'm not having sex just because we go on this date. But as I have learned in my dating life, as probably you've learned, and like you're saying, and like we see on this video, it is necessary, apparently, even though it should not be, for a woman to literally tell you, you do not have access to my body just because I'm going on a date with you. So I can't. Go ahead.
I'd just like to clarify. I'm not saying that that it was imperative that she said that. I'm just saying the argument could have been avoided is really all I was getting at. If that was pre-expressed, like, you shouldn't have to say it, and it should be already understood. Absolutely. But I was just saying they wouldn't have gotten so heated had it already been addressed. That was all I was getting at.
I also feel like it was his responsibility to express his expectations because.
Oh, him more so than her.
Yeah, because I'm like, if a girl reaching out to say, hey, I'm not having sex with you, seems kind of out of place when no one brought up sex. But I don't know.
No. And I'm not going to sit here and put men down, but three of us are men. T Prince, I don't want to assume, but three of us are men in this chat, and y'all can both agree with me when I say this. If you go through those strengths, you know what I mean, of flying a woman out, doing all this, don't act like it's not in the back of your mind.
It's definitely implied.
You know what I mean? It's in the back of your mind. And I'm not saying that it's on the forefront that you're ready for it to happen, but I'm saying if she was to come out and say, hey, and I'll say this because I think this in this situation, you know what I mean, based on what we've watched and what we've heard, if she was to come out and say, hey, you know what I mean, before you fly me out there, just so you're understanding, I don't plan on sleeping with you. I don't plan on having sex with you. I'm thinking this is just a friend date hangout type of thing. You can't tell me that as a man, you'd be like, wow, like, you know, that's kind of a letdown. You know what I mean? Not that you were expecting it, but it is in the back of your mind. You know what I mean? So I won't say that it would have been bad on her part to say that, but I will say that him as a man, being a man, I know it was in the back of his mind from the beginning.
I think the implication of sex comes with his paying for her ticket, which is why I feel like if he offers like, hey, I'll fly you out to wherever, then you could say, all right, I'll come, but I want my own room, I want my own space, something along those lines. Like you shouldn't have to, like I said, but I think like I said, the whole argument could have been avoided had that been addressed prior to.
If a woman offers to fly either of you out and she says, I'll pay for your ticket, do you think you, in your mind, if you're not attracted to that woman in this way, you would say, okay, but I'm not having sex with you? Or do you think you'd just be like, oh, thanks?
I would get that clarification.
Okay.
And yeah, I said it earlier. I am one of the people that I would have let it be known up front, you know what I mean? Whether or not I intended on sleeping with you or whether or not I expected some sex out of the situation, I would have let that be known up front. So, me personally.
That feels weird to me, but okay. Vitamin and Reese, did you guys want to add anything?
I would like to add something. When it comes to, because you asked like, well, or you, I think you brought up the point. I was trying to come in this StreamYard, so I couldn't really hear it. Got cut off part of it. You were saying like it's weird to say, hey, are you expecting sex? Because if you are, I want to be clear that you're not, that's not where I'm at. Was that what you said?
Yes. If a man does not say to you, hey, I'm expecting sex from you, I feel like it's weird for you to deny him sex when he never brought it up. So I was responding to T Print saying you have to communicate your expectations and stuff before, which I agree with, but not when it comes to something I feel like is not a part of that discussion, if that makes sense.
It makes sense, but the thing is, it's like I feel there's kind of an in-between thing, because you're right. It is a weird thing, but it also is necessary. However, in my experience, being someone that's very straightforward about things like that, and will sit there and look at you and say, hey, I'm feeling like this is what's going on, and I just want to let you know this is where I stand. I do get treated like I'm crazy for bringing it up, because it's supposed to be unspoken. It's one of those things where basically, and I noticed this with my teenage child, it's about not giving you the opportunity to say no. Because if you don't say no, there's a chance you'll say yes. And the longer you don't say no, the more of the opportunity to put you in a position to up the chances of you saying yes. So like if we don't discuss sex being had and you don't outright say, oh no, I just want you to know I'm not having sex, then they can hide behind the guise of, oh, well, you should have known I wanted to have sex. You should have assumed that I wanted to have sex, and understand that you consented to having sex when you came. But at the same time, like I said, if you bring it up before they're ready to try to cash in, they'll try to play you like, why are you even thinking about that? I never mentioned it. It's a game, and you're never going to win as the woman. So it's like, yes, you're correct. It is weird to bring it up according to them, because it gets in the way of their plan. So ultimately the way it's supposed to work is either you go and you're so impressed with their initiative and they playing a trick for you and you're grateful and all of that stuff and you give it up, or that's at best case scenario. Or worst case scenario is you get out there, they breach the subject of sex now, where it's kind of a no turning back type of situation, put up or shut up. And then either you feel so convicted to have sex with them because, oh, you did all this stuff for me. Oh, I guess I should. It's only right I do that. Or you are kind of scared and you get those veiled implications of they may not take me back home. They may kick me out, whatever it is. But now you're in a vulnerable position where you may just consent because it's more advantageous or safe or comfortable to do so. So that's why they don't bring it up beforehand.
I actually agree with you, Vitamin, and Prince and Key, I have a question for you too. But first, teach your girls to be upfront and tell these boys, you can't have my body in return for being nice to me. The interesting thing about this, like you said, Vitamin, is if you tell them upfront, I don't want to have sex with you, you don't get my body in for paying dinner or something like that. They're like, why would you? It's like playing dumb. What? Why?
Yeah,
Who,
you're
me? Why do you think
insulting.
whoa? And then aside from that, there's like this extreme vitriol you can see. You think you're all that? You gave up your body to the last man. Why can't you give it up? Like there's also that type of entitlement again. So T Prince and Key, I would ask you again because I think it was you, Prince, who said there's the reason the woman has to make her expectations be known around sex, even if it's not brought up beforehand, is because by paying for the ticket, he's implying that he wants sexual behavior from her. But like I've been talking about all live stream, it shouldn't. It should imply that you're paying for the ticket in this type of mind reading where, or this type of expectation for the woman to understand that the reason I'm being nice is for some Erica been dropping bangers in the comments. The reason I'm being nice is for some P word, some WAP. That's lame. Hire a pro. So I have two questions. Number one, if you are expecting the woman to understand that you want sex is now on the table for me paying for your dinner, paying for your plane ticket, being nice to you, holding the door open, whatever. Why not just hire a pro, a prostitute? And the second question is, why is there this expectation for women to know that by me giving you this financial favor, you are now beholden your body to me? Understand that I now believe your body is beholden to me. Obviously, I don't think you guys believe in sexual assault or anything like that.
But you're not supposed to say that. It's an unspoken rule. So like it's understood, but it's not spoken on. And if it's spoken on, it's denied.
Fuck that. Y'all better tell these women what y'all want. Grow some balls. Not you two. Well, yes, you two. You're a demographic. You're both men, so obviously, yes, you fall under grow some balls. Do you have answers for those two questions, both of you? Why not buy a prostitute, and why is there an expectation for women to read your mind and know that you are beholden your body to me in exchange for my money?
So I don't know what's gone on in the past little while where men just expect sex after, paying for dinner or paying for a plane ticket or whatever. I don't know why that's a thing, but I know that it's currently a thing and it shouldn't be. In terms of prostitutes, I've never been so lonely as to want to hire one of those, so I can't really speak on that. I don't feel like it should be this way, and I don't feel like women should have to read between the lines on stuff like that. But I know that there's a lot of men out there who play these games, these mind games, and I just want to make sure that everybody out there kind of has a baseline of like, oh, I heard this guy on YouTube say that I should, clarify that I don't want to have sex before I go to France to meet up with this guy. Like, I just want to give that little precautionary bit.
Okay, Key, you can go and then I'll respond.
First on the prostitute thing, not really my thing at all. So that's the reason why I just, me personally, wouldn't see myself doing that. Now on the second situation, this is why I said earlier, and I guess nobody understood where I was coming from. This is why I said earlier, I haven't really seen this type of thing being taught to me or around me. You know what I mean? Specifically because, like Vitamin said, the way I look at it and the way I am personally, I'm going to be upfront with you. I'm going to let you know how I feel up front. If it hasn't been clear already, I'm going to say what I feel and what I believe. So if I want to have sex with you and that is my intention, those are my plans, I'm the type of person that I will flat out be like, hey, listen, I'm planning on us having sex. I don't know if you didn't intend on us having sex, but I planned on it. If this is not something that you plan on doing, you know what I mean, feel free to let me know. That way, when you get here or we go through whatever it is we go through, one thing doesn't lead to another, and then we end up doing this, and then somebody's upset out of the situation because you didn't plan on doing this. I planned on doing this all the while, and now we're not on the same page. It ruins what could have potentially been a good friendship, a good relationship. All of that is out of the window because nobody was up front with their intentions from the beginning. So the baseline starts at, we're not having sex. That's where the baseline starts. But if I plan on having sex with you, or I plan on trying, at least even trying, I'm going to let you know that up front. I'm not just going to leave you in the dark until you get here. And then, like I said earlier, play this manipulative game where now I'm trying to make you feel bad if you don't do it. I'm trying to make you feel bad or feel like you knew what type of party this was and you just showed up empty-handed. I'm not going to do that. I'm the type that I'll let you know up front exactly what my intentions are, exactly what my plans are.
So my issue is a woman should not have to upfront let you know that you are not entitled to her body. Expectations, boundaries, and all of that, I feel like, are a separate conversation from you as a person. T Prince, you conceded on this, or maybe you said it wrong the first time, but what you just said about, hey, I understand this is incorrect, but women have to protect themselves out there because men are doing what they did in this video. I understand what you're saying, so I'm not so much coming after you. But Key, when you say that the woman should upfront at the bare minimum let the man know that he should not expect sex, I feel like if anything, it should be an unspoken rule that my body is beholden to only me and that you don't gain access to it by paying for plane ticket or something like that. Reese, I'm going to let you go next. First, I'm going to read these two comments from production, respond to them quickly, and then Key and Prince, y'all can respond again if you want to. Production said the reality is she put herself in danger by allowing him to fly her out and staying at his home. I don't know why, but this feels a little victim blaming to me. I believe the reason she was in danger is because, okay, the locked car analogy, right? She left her car door unlocked by going out there to fly with no money and stuff. She put herself in a vulnerable situation. I can call that stupid, a mistake, or something like that. But when it comes to who put her in danger, I would say the person who's stealing the car, the person who took advantage of your vulnerability. I don't believe she put herself in danger. I believe she had a vulnerable moment that was taken advantage of by the man who put her in danger. But I think I understand what you're saying. Protect yourself, ladies, because these men are going to take advantage of your vulnerable moment. You shouldn't even accept a ride from men you don't know well. Don't accept airfare from them either. Don't shower in his crib. These dudes aren't kosher. I don't disagree there. Keep yourself safe because there's crazy dudes out here. Reese, did you want to go? I don't think you've spoken yet.
Yes, good evening to everybody. This whole situation to me is just icky and disgusting. I hate it. So many points. I wanted to touch on first sexual coercion and this feeling of owing someone sex. So she's going into this thinking that she's being treated to maybe a lavish date of some sort. And that's why I asked about romance. What happened to romance? Because he's now looking at this like, okay, I am going to isolate her. I am going to bring her to me on my terms. She has been bought and paid for, and now she owes me sex. That's the entire a vibe here. You can hear it coming from him. And how dare she exercise, I don't know, bodily autonomy and say, no, you do not get to access sex from me. I still control that. I am not something that you pay for. And that then takes a turn into the commodification or the commodifying of women. He feels that he has bought and paid for her, so now he has unlimited access to what is between her legs. He doesn't seem to necessarily have wanted her. She is just incidental. What he paid for and what he flew out specifically, like if she's something that he ordered off of Amazon Prime, and is now being FedEx to him, is again what is between her legs. This is disgusting, and it needs to be denounced, and quickly. And this is my problem that I have with particular talking points that have come out of the manosphere, from Kevin Samuels, from Fresh and Fit, even Abba and Preach has said this. Now there's some other idiot, guy by the name of Tate, who's running around saying that these women are bought and paid for. So now what? I get to say whatever and you just have to do it because I paid for you. This is disgusting. And if anybody disagrees, feel free to do so. But that is just my position. That's all I had to say. Thanks, Patty.
That was a word, Reese. I like that. You can come up more often and drop bombs if you're going to drop them like that.
As long as I have time. I have a very hectic work schedule and it can be erratic. So I will try.
Not you got a job and we out here, us men, on these live stream for hours with no employment. Oh,
I thought you are, but you're a high class janitor, are you not? That's
I wouldn't say high class, but yeah, I do a little janitorial services on the side for janitor too. Now, no, it ain't nothing, get a little something. Put
Best
food
of
on
luck
the
to you
table.
on janitor too.
Thank you. You can hop down if you want. Stay up. I don't care.
Sure.
I like what she said, and like what can we pull up that comment that production said again? The one about not getting in the car with strangers and stuff.
Yeah, I see your private chat. Is that what you wanted to say?
Yeah. I feel like what was it? I feel like the one who she was vulnerable to was the one who made her feel safe. Like, hey, I'll bring you out here. I'll take care of you. You just got to come along. And that's part of his sick little game, is that like, oh, I'll bring you out here and keep you safe as long as you just give me what I want. And,
So,
no, I think I was done there. I don't know why I continued.
I really like that. So, production, and I don't think production was meaning to say it's her fault that or anything like that. But the fact that it's like she put herself in danger by, look, we can talk about getting into a stranger's car, which production also said, getting into a strange man's car, accepting airfare from a stranger. Like, this, to me, this man wasn't a stranger. The way he's talking to her, like, we've been FaceTiming all these months and we've been talking and we've been cool together. It's like, this seems like a man who you can be vulnerable for. Remember, we can't vet these men, like we learned lately. We can't vet them. So it's like a man who I'm comfortable and vulnerable with invites me out to a nice date, which Reese said it just seems like an upscale date. And now all of a sudden sex. Now, oh, you don't want to? Get out. A man who apparently otherwise was unproblematic in the past, to the point where she feels comfortable enough to come out on this date too. So I do like what you said, T Prince, about the fact that it can be, and statistically, I think it is the people you're the most vulnerable with, your family and friends, who are the most likely to commit like violent crime towards you. So, well, this ain't a violent crime, but in general, the idea that a woman is putting herself in danger by being around a stranger, I feel is unfair, because this man is not, well, I guess he is a stranger. They're dating. So, but I don't feel like he's just the boogeyman. Oh, strange man, let me go on a first date out the country with him. So that's all. Again, I don't want to drag production. I don't think they were trying to blame her for what happened or anything like that. But I do think maybe the comment was written in a certain way that I disagreed with. Key, did you and Prince have time to think about what I said? Or Reese or Vitamin, if you wanted to respond to either of them as well.
But could you repeat the question? Because I was listening to Reese and I was like all tuned in. I was all for it.
You're right. I'll give you that. So what you guys said about her having to say up front at the bare minimum that she expects sex. I mean, she does not. My body is not yours, and she should say that up front. Pretty much, I'm not going to give you sex in exchange for this. T Prince, what you said was, by him buying the ticket, there's an expectation for sex. What you later said was, you understand that is an incorrect way of thinking, and that the man shouldn't be entitled to her body just because he pays for the ticket. But as we can see with this video, as well as in real life, this is currently how it is. Men do expect sex for their finances. So that is why you suggested that women say that up front, not because it should be reality, but because that is reality.
Absolutely, because it's a low key sleazy implication is what it is. It's like they're playing the long game, like, oh hey, I'll just, like, I think Vitamin spoke on it about oh, I'll just get you out here, and you'll feel like okay being here with me, and then it's at the last second it's like, oh well, I want some now, and the opportunity to say no is much shorter, the window of opportunity. And I think if it's expressed prior to, then you won't have to come up to that window of opportunity where it's like, oh, now I feel like I have to.
Okay. I think that was a nice save. Key, I see you hop down.
Yeah, no, my bad. I don't know. I don't know where most people would lie on that, but I personally, I'm gonna say I don't feel like it's her responsibility. And if it was the other way around, I wouldn't feel like it was the man's responsibility. I feel like it is the person who has the expectation of anything other. Because like I said, the baseline for me is that we're not having sex. It doesn't matter if we're flying, if we're dating, if we're doing whatever, we're not having sex. That's the baseline. So if you feel anything other or expect anything other, please be upfront about that.
Or maybe he reads Psychology Today. I was thinking this as you said it, Vitamin, and you're spot on with this. I agree with you. Maybe he reads Psychology Today and he takes the advice that he needs to work on his communication skills, that he needs to work on his charm, that he needs to work on being emotionally intelligent, having empathy, listening. Maybe that will help out as well, instead of spending all of this money and acting like you're buying a person. How about actually getting to know her? Again, she is not separate from what is between her legs. You did not purchase or Amazon Prime what was in between her legs, and she, as a person, is apart and separate or somehow does not exist. She is not incidental. She is a complete human being. So how about you work on those things, and maybe sex happens? Because I find it truly tragic. How do you spend all of this money, pay for everything, fly a person out and say, this is the date, this is what I am treating you to, and you manage to be so gross that you drop the ball, and this does not end in, at the very least, just a kiss? You absolutely suck at romance at that point, and you need to look intrinsically and figure out what is wrong with you and find out, how did I mess that up?
But that requires a feeling or an understanding that there is something wrong with you. And that kind of ties it into the discussion about, Kevin Samuels and whether or not he should be on these platforms and things like that, because he gives men like this guy a respite to retreat to say, okay, yeah, there's nothing wrong with the way I've conducted myself in this situation. She's actually the one at fault. She's actually the one that's not acting reasonably and logically and, you know, things like that. Whereas they can sit and say, oh, she knew I'm a high value man because I flew her out, because I foot the bill for everything, that she owes me these things. Like the lady that was talking, the first lady that came on the panel tonight was saying, you know, oh, if a man does these things, then this is what you're supposed to do for him, operating off of that frame of mind. So in order for him to say, you know what, I need to do some work on me, he has to first believe that what he's doing is out of order, and he doesn't. And that's why a person like a Kevin Samuels and insert anyone else here from that area of the internet shouldn't have a platform, because it validates that way of thinking, and that actually adds to these types of instances.
Agree with you 100%. He is out here shifting the culture in a very dangerous way. Thank you, Key, for identifying that. I agree with you on that point. And now we need to push back. The ideal time to push back should have been when he was still here with us and still speaking. So that way, as it was happening, we as a culture, the men and the women, speak up against it, push back and say, this is not something that we will tolerate. We do not want this permeating through the entire community. But it didn't happen. What happened instead is a bunch of people, 1 million plus, co-signed this, thought that this was a good idea. And now in the real world where we all live, we are experiencing this right before our eyes. This did not fall out of the sky. It started with a word, it went unchecked, and now here we are.
And this is also why it's dangerous, actually, to sit and just worry about, you know, whether or not someone should have a right to say these things, as opposed to focusing on the actual real-time, real-world impact of what it is they're saying.
100%. 100%.
I didn't know that was you that wrote that comment, Reese. This one, where, oh, whoops, that's not the right one.
Can I answer that? Because I actually looked into that.
Yeah, you can go ahead.
So, oh boy, I shouldn't curse. I shouldn't. I'm trying hard not to. So
one per minute if you have to, please.
1 per minute. Okay. This is bullshit. This is bullshit that we're dealing with. There is absolutely no sense. The way how I wrote this out, it was meant to convey just how confounding, how confusing everything that they say is. None of this is rooted in any fact. It's all BS. And maybe we just need to combat it as such and throw it away. It's also very discursive in its style. It meanders, it rambles, it makes no sense. It's just point to point to point to point to point, and none of them are actually linked. So in terms of communication style, it's discursive BS, I guess, question mark. It's a working title, but it makes no sense.
Thank you. The comment I wanted to put on screen, I think, was also from you, but it was about how are you paying for this flight, this extravagant luxury date that you invite this woman out for, but still y'all are not sexually intimate. First of all, I would question how far you are into the relationship to even be doing a date like this in the first place. But like you said, when you actually came up here, there's a type of, let me pull up the Psychology Today article. Let me go ahead. There's this type of inability for the men to excite their woman in any way, mentally, spiritually, stimulate them in any way, sexually, to the point where there has to be a conversation beforehand. You know, we're going to have sex before you come here, right? As opposed to just naturally being with someone, which I would also pose the question, what is the issue with inviting a woman out for a nice date without these type of expectations, where you just enjoy her company, and if something happened, it happens, and if it doesn't, it's okay because you still enjoyed her company, which, as it sounds like has been discussed today, her company is not valuable without the thing between her legs, which was interesting to think about. And then Erica's comment, men on the panel, how were you taught to be nice to women? Were you taught that women will like you if you buy them things? And you guys can answer that. You can also answer Reese and Vitamin as they were, or you can respond to their conversation if you would like to.
Well, the problem with what you said with regards to actually being charming and wooing her is that A, that requires getting to know her as a person, and B, we all know that that means that you're a simp, and you can't do that, can you?
I wish it wasn't like that. I've gone on a date with a woman and she's extremely nice. She's very beautiful. We had a good time. We vibe very nice. And that's it. That was the date. We didn't go back to my home. I didn't go to hers. We didn't get a hotel. It was just like I enjoyed your company. You enjoyed mine. Why is there an inability to do that without there being sex involved is concerning to me. I feel like that's something that men expect generally, but maybe we can discuss that on a different stream. Oh no, we're gonna go over 3 hours. It's fine. I didn't want to go over 3 hours, but we'll try to wrap up, guys. I did want you to answer this question. Again, if you guys wanted to respond to Reese and Vitamin and what they were talking about, then
Yeah, I'm totally down to answer the question because I feel like it's very important. Like I respect women in a way that I didn't know was abnormal. My parents raised me well. My father came from a disgruntled home, so he was very big on respect and respecting others and like living in a manner that earns you respect yourself. So he never taught me like, oh, if you give a girl, a necklace, then she's gonna put out. It was always you put her first. Like you treat her like greater than you would treat yourself, even like in I can't really put it together in words, but like, just if you treat a woman nice and you get to know her and love and stuff like that, things happen. But it was never like an equation. It was never this plus this equals this. It was always like just respect other people, and it was always a big respect thing. So I think that wraps it up for me.
Key, you can go as well. Thank you, Grant.
I would have to agree with what Prince said from a childhood standpoint. So personally, I think it starts at home. And to answer your question, sort of, I think it comes from home as well as Erica's question. If you were not taught these things or you were not shown these things, if this wasn't an example in your home, it's going to be difficult, if you ask me, for you to grow up, you know what I mean, living these things. So what I mean by that, if your father didn't teach you, you know what I mean, and this is speaking from people with fathers in the homes, if you are absent a father, I mean, it's hard. But if your father didn't teach you and show you by, exemplifying this with your mother that, hey, she's a woman, and you feel, some type of way about her in the respect that you love her, you care for her, those things like that. If that wasn't being shown to you in your home and then being taught to you, it's going to be hard for you to grow up living those things. You know what I mean? So for me personally, that's what was shown to me from day one of my understanding. You know what I mean? As soon as I was old enough to understand life, that's what was shown to me. That's what I've always seen. And that's what I was always taught. You know what I mean? And then it doubles as I didn't grow up with money. You know what I mean? I never had money growing up. So it was never going to be a matter of if I had a young lady at an early age in high school, junior high, whatever, and whenever I started dating, my parents were going to be buying her a lot of gifts and we were going to be buying her a lot of things to make her like me. That was never going to be the case anyway. So the only choice I had outside of that was to learn how to I would say, woo women, you know what I mean, to have game. I was kind of forced in that aspect. Because it was going to be a matter of I was going to have to show her that I loved her and treated her with respect and cared for her as a woman in order to get her to like me, because I wasn't going to be able to buy her things to begin with. So, I mean, I was kind of pushed in that direction from day one. So.
Okay. I would like to put something on the screen real quick. Before I do that, welcome Valerie. Did you have anything to add? I forgot that I'm all. Oh, she's gone. Okay, well, I forgot that I'm also a man on the panel, and so I have to answer this question. But a I'm looking for a particular thing I want to put on the screen before I answer this question. And here is Valerie again. Hello again, Valerie.
Hey, sorry, I lost you.
To answer the question, Erica, and then I'll let Valerie go, and then I'll put Erica's next question on the screen. How was I taught to be nice to women? My mother taught me to be nice to people generally. I don't think I had teaching that women will like me if I buy them things from my mom. My dad is very much like Andrew Tate, Kevin Samuels type. I have no idea how he ended up with my mom, but whatever. He definitely was the transactional type and taught me about. He actually didn't teach me to be nice to women in exchange for things. He taught me to be mean to women in exchange for things because bad boys and get all the girl and stuff like that. So interesting difference between the way my parents taught me about treating women. My mom didn't do so much at all. My dad did a terrible job. Valerie, did you want to comment on anything before I pull up Erica's next question?
Yeah, I was gonna say, I think like a long time ago, well, I don't, maybe it depends on region or place, but I remember like there was a time where like before you met somebody, you would get to know them, what family they come from and things like that. To me personally, like meeting a complete stranger online seems kind of sketchy. Okay, that's fine. Okay, maybe you do it in a public place. But I think to speak to somebody and you don't know who they really are, who they are by what they tell you, and then they tell you they're gonna buy you a ticket and you're gonna go and stay in their house and you have no kind of self-agency. In my opinion, that does not seem like a smart thing to do. Like, you know what I mean? Like you're practically just talking to a stranger. Like it's only hearsay. They tell you who they are and you either believe it or you don't, right? But it is a big chance to take an airplane ticket to said location to go and stay in someone's house and hope that they might not be predatorial, as historically probably a good amount of men are. You know what I'm saying? Like, I would never position myself that way, right? Just from a prey predator type of thing. I just think that would be odd. And I would also say that most people who have daughters would tell their daughters that that is not a smart thing to do, right? Men who know men would say that is not a good idea, right? I think if I told my father I would do something like that, he would be like, "Are you crazy?" You know what I mean? Like I just don't think it's a good idea to be in an environment of that you don't know where it is and you don't have anyone around you that you really know. Like, you're on that person's territory. You understand what I'm saying? Like, that's not to blame the person, right? Idealistically, in an idealistic world, right? We should be kind-hearted. Idealistically, a guy really shouldn't do that. Idealistically, but the world is not idealistic. You know what I mean? Like,
So
there, yeah, in my opinion, I maybe because I believe that there are people that are really evil and really mean. That's one thing, and then we have to realize, even though you're in the United States, right? There are people from many different places that travel here who have different beliefs, different mindsets. And even if that's not the case, they could be first generation, second generation, and they think differently. Or just in general, maybe you could be from here and that's just how you think. Like, you don't,
Like, you don't know how that person's upbringing and background. Not to say that is a guarantee. I'm not saying it's a guarantee, but it's a better assurance to know certain things instead of going to, like, me personally, I don't feel comfortable going to a man's house that I'm at. That's me personally. I need to be on neutral ground, and I meet you and I know for a long time. Now, you might have been crazy afterwards,
Isn't
because
that
that can
what
still happen.
but Valerie, isn't that what happened here? This is not just some man, and this is the first time we've ever met. From what they were saying in the video and the context we have, they may have known each other for several months and been dating even. Just this is the first time, I guess.
They met in person.
Yeah, I don't even know that it's the first time they're meeting in person. I just know that this is the first time they've taken a trip together, apparently.
Oh, yeah. That also changes the dynamic.
So
That changes the dynamic. I mean, unfortunately, I would say, sadly, that there are some men that move differently if they know that, not all men, some men move differently if they know that you have male family members that will literally take out AKA and just take you out. Some people, not everybody, right? Some men don't. Some men don't care. Some men are sociopathic, and that part can become a little bit more of a conundrum, But I don't know. My mom used to say, I don't send you outside to go liking in the street. Like, I remember when I was younger, my mom would say, I don't like you liking someone in the street. I need to know who they are, last name, first name, family member, so I could come after them and I know where they are. So for me, I tend to feel like I need a gauntlet in between when I meet somebody. I need you to go through all my family, right? And maybe that's because different people can see different things, and people can be hiding a lot of things. Adults start to be sneaky when they get older.
I'm going to cut you off because I feel like I have the gist of what you're saying, which is what production was saying earlier regarding there are steps we can take to mitigate the risk of meeting up with these people, and one of them would have been not meeting up with this man in the first place. My issue with that is this is no different than the parked car analogy. This is no different than your children playing out in the front of your yard with no adult supervision and somebody come and snatch them up. We can have a conversation about preventative measures, but I would never emphasize that in a conversation like this, because your children playing outside in the yard, to me, is not a problem. The problem is that someone in the community was watching them, preying on them, and came to snatch them up. So my issue is not that she flew out, which I agreed with everyone earlier that this was, what is the word? This was not a smart decision to make, especially as a woman, flying out with this man who we know how men are, and we talk about that a lot. And we can talk about the mistake and preventative measures you can take and such like that. But when I'm having a conversation about this, I want to strictly emphasize the type of degenerate behavior it is to take advantage of someone who has parked their car in a bad neighborhood. Why are you checking the door? Why are you snatching up kids from the neighborhood? And why are you taking advantage of this woman's vulnerability who you flew out? So it's not that I disagree with you guys. I'm talking to you to production. I see the comments you were saying down. But would you stay at a dude's house y'all never met in person before? No, I don't think that's smart. Do I think we should blame the woman for doing that? No.
May I say something?
Yeah, you can.
So here's the thing. It's that thing of, they should do due diligence, because it's really about doing due diligence. Am I correct in assuming that?
Yeah, sounds like it's about vetting, yeah.
Okay, so if it's about doing due diligence, that's all fair and good. But here's the thing. If I'm interacting with someone, if I'm choosing, there's different points in a conversation or in a situation between any two people, right? There could be just simple as passing each other on the street all the way up to, marriage and decades together and all of that. So generally, even from the first interaction you may have with the person. It's all about making assumptions of whether or not this person is good or bad, and it's safe to proceed or it isn't. Safe and or pleasurable to proceed or it isn't. So even if you're just choosing to glance at people, like when we were talking about looking men in the eye earlier, we're just like, oh, some people are like, I don't look at them at all. You know what I mean? Because they don't feel comfortable with men. And what I'm saying basically is there's a certain point where if a woman feels like it's not safe to be with that person, my personal opinion is that they probably shouldn't have trusted them up to that point if that's the case. You know what I mean? Like, if I feel at any point in time that I'm in danger with you, then I shouldn't be talking to you at all. So it feels to me like when people are saying, oh, you shouldn't have went and did with them. And that's all fine and good. But it's like, if I wasn't safe to do that with them, why was I even safe having a conversation with them? Does that make sense? Like, if they would do something wrong to me at this point, isn't it safe to say they were doing something wrong to me that whole time?
Logically, I would say that. But I would say some people are used to certain behaviors that, I guess, from their perspective, they assume will not go to a certain other level, if that makes sense. I find that sometimes some women maybe they have had certain behaviors that they have seen, and it's never gotten to the point where I'm unalive. So they're under the assumption, well, maybe this person did, call me out of my name, but that's a normal thing for me. That happens all the time. But I've never seen, my dad unalive somebody just on that. Like, you know what I mean? Like, so that's where that problem comes from, I think, in terms of that. And
yeah, but you just explained
I don't blame the girl. I don't blame the girl for that, like I don't blame her for that because it's conditioning, right? And
that's what I'm
unfortunately,
saying. And the thing is, production. I'm sorry. Go ahead and finish.
no, I was going to say I don't blame her for that because I think some things are conditioning, and I also would say that I personally think, like, sadly, not sadly, it's really not sadly, it's like women are more innocent in mind a lot of times, unfortunately, for this kind of world that we live in. And that's a sad thing, right? It's a sad thing to say that. Whereas I think men are less innocent in mind. And that's a problem from the male's perspective, not from the woman's perspective. So,
Exactly.
like, yeah. So,
And
like,
what I'm trying to say is that if she, like you said, if that's normal to her, like production inquiry keep saying yes and thank you, like we're making his point. Yeah, but you have to understand what I'm saying is that she thought she was safe. And you're saying that she shouldn't have thought that she was safe, but if she had thought she was safe up to that point, then why wouldn't she keep thinking she was? You get what I'm saying? Like, it
yeah, I
takes
understand.
something out of the normal for you to say, oh, I'm in danger. So if she made it that clear until it was outright saying, hey, you're not having sex with me and that's a problem, then she's like, oh yeah, this is out of line. You get what I'm saying? So what I'm saying is, if you're saying that, oh, people should have known, they didn't know because they didn't know. If somebody knows they're in danger, they're not going to go. You get what I'm saying? If they know they're in danger, they're not going to do it.
Yeah.
And the problem shouldn't be that, oh, well, she didn't know she was in danger. If I got to look at men like, oh, I could be in danger at any minute, then I don't need to be dealing with men because they're just inherently dangerous. You need to stop pushing that. If men or anybody doesn't want us to look at men as dangerous, then stop pushing the issue that we should be afraid of them. They could do something to us at any given point in time. Because that's how we're going to feel. And if that's how we feel and we understand that that's how we feel, we're not going to want to deal with you. So either y'all are safe or y'all are not.
Can I say something on that on my behalf?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I have coworkers at my job that sometimes need a ride home, and I very specifically keep a can of pepper spray in my car, whereas if I have a female coworker who needs a ride home, I will give it to them for the duration of the car ride, just to make them feel safe. You know, I'm like, hey, if you feel like you need to use this, you know, it is an option. I'm not going to, you know, do anything that makes you feel that way, but this is very specifically in my car just for you. If you feel like you need to use it, please don't use it, because but you know, like it's a safety net. Like, I mean, I'm not the type of person to do something like that, but you know, like,
So
it's here.
This is what I'm trying to say. You as a person, like, that's amazing that you do that. And it's necessary that you do that, not just for their safety, but for your safety too. Because there's a lot of assumptions that have to be made under the current paradigm from both parties if they are meaning well. And what I'm saying is that there's too much pressure on those of us that just inherently mean well to try to outmaneuver people who are actively trying to get around whatever we do to take what they want. And what I'm saying is that if people are upset at the idea, the same people that are saying, oh, she should be less trusting of this man, are the same people that say, well, women don't trust men and they're being mean and they're being nasty and they don't want to This is why you're either going to focus your efforts on correcting the people that are actually doing something wrong, or you're going to misdirect your efforts towards putting more anxiety on people who are already overly anxious.
So Vitamin, T Prince, and Valerie, I'd like to respond to you all as well as Erica real quick. T Prince is saying in this example, this woman who he offered a ride home may feel unsafe. So like Erica saying, he makes them feel safe by, here's pepper spray, gun, taser, whatever you do, just so you can feel safe. And Vitamin is saying in that, what it seems like Vitamin's perspective would be, let me see how I want to word this. What I'm thinking is, what if the spray is booby trapped? The woman should have, what I feel like Valerie would say is, the woman should have known that the spray could have been booby trapped. It's set to explode if she tried to use it, or the car is actually disabled. The spray, don't know. That's what it seems like Valerie's idea is. The woman should be 3 steps ahead and looking at these things and the flags, which I don't disagree with the idea of trying to vet. We know that it doesn't generally work, but trying to vet, I don't disagree with the idea. But trying to think 3 steps ahead in these situations, in which I feel like it feels unnormal to me to suggest that women do that. What Vitamin is saying is, there's no reasonable way for a woman taking a ride from T Prince to expect that this pepper spray is going to explode. That is not a reasonable request for these young women. We should be focusing more on the men who are booby trapping pepper spray. Is that a reasonable assertion?
Put your brain power on those ones. Figure them out. Disable them. Neutralize them. Instead of putting more pressure on people that are already putting a bunch of pressure on themselves. It's ineffective. It's not working.
I absolutely agree with that. I really only do this because I am not in a position to neutralize or to like nullify those people. I only do this because I know that these people exist, and I feel like there's nothing I can do to stop them. So I just want my friends and coworkers to feel like they have a defense against me if they feel like I'm some kind of dangerous individual.
Yeah, but that's putting you at risk. I'm sorry. Go ahead and talk.
No, I was gonna say I do see what
it's cutting out.
Like try to do a chess game of all the probabilities in my head.
Yeah.
Like he said the car thing. Guess what? I would have never even got in your car. That's just me. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? Like, even like people I know girls talk about, like, you know, going out, getting drinks. Like, I can honestly say since I've always gone out, I never take drink from men. Never. I just don't trust people, men specifically. I'm very weary of the species of men. So maybe that is a bad thing, because what happens is now you become afraid of the same people that you have to procreate with. And personally, I think that's also part of the reason why, like, you know, a lot of people were talking about how, like, you know, a lot of Black women are single and all this other stuff. And I said, did anybody stop to think that maybe half of us are really traumatized by the things we see, and that's why we don't engage in it with you? Like, you know, like, it's not that you don't want to, but the thing is, like, it's not even just treatment of you.
You're cut out.
Oh, that's not wrong.
Oh, there you go.
Like there was a comment that Erica Daenerys said on before, and she said, did people ever stop to think that, like, what did she say? She said, did people ever stop to think that geez, I lost my train of thought. I lost my train of thought. But she had said a comment on how, like, on how we tend to perceive things. Like me, like, okay, well, I'm separated, and I literally made a conscious decision. I'm like, I think I'm just gonna take myself out the game. I think there's a lot of women, and I told this to a guy. I don't think a lot of women don't realize that some women just take themselves out the game completely. So for me, hearing men, like, you know, to men, they think it's a threat when they say, well, I'm gonna go to DR, I'm gonna go to, like, but for me, I really don't care, because I'm just not even in the game. Like, I'm not even interested at all for any type of intimacy at all with the male species at all. And I'm a heterosexual woman, but I just feel like the odds are not, the 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 risk is not worth it.
So I'm going to we are going to end this in like 4 minutes. So I'm going to give everybody like a minute to speak. But I did want to respond to what's on screen. This isn't parking your car in a bad neighborhood. This is leaving your doors unlocked in the Bronx, as well as what Hope said. On top of being afraid, we're constantly gaslighted by everyone. So I don't want to be the man who is saying Black women. I don't want to make it seem like I'm saying, hey, don't worry about vetting or trying to spot red flags or going out with random men, because it could be anybody. So you shouldn't have this expectation to vet. What I'm saying is, I think the solution is generally in the men who are doing these type of atrocity, instead of in the women to vet better and see the red flag and don't go out here, don't do this, don't do that. And maybe it's because I'm thinking of this from a male frame, and I don't generally think these issues can be solved by women. I do think, like you guys are talking about, you can form your own community where you can talk about vetting and expectations, boundaries, standards, and red flags that you can spot, what to do, what not to do, how to protect yourself in situations where you're surrounded by men. So maybe the conversation is off-putting to me, because when you frame it from the female lens, like some of you have done, the solution to these issues, or the only thing you can do in regard to these issues, is adjusting how you vet, or what you do as far as your boundaries.
No, I'm sorry, I have to cut in. No, you can disengage. Like, ultimately, everything is on a scale, right? So at one end, you have just submitting and letting them run you into a ditch. Somewhere in the middle there, you have like trying to maneuver your way into vetting properly. And on the extreme end, which would be the most logical end, where there's 100% efficacy, there's disengage, is what I'm saying. And if you're going to keep putting pressure on people to have to try to maintain that level of, oh, you know, I got to find this thing, then they're going to and not even in a balanced way. Because you saw what the study said. So women are literally in danger of men. So if you're going to focus on the ones that are at the midpoint, at the balanced point, where they're willing to go either way, instead of the ones that are at the extreme end of abuse, then what's going to happen is, to bring balance, the women are going to go all the way to 0.
To clarify what I said, Vitamin, like Hope is saying, I feel like my interest would be better suited towards fixing the aggressor. The women in these situations typically are victims, and as you guys discussed how to move as a victim and how to mitigate risk and stuff like that, I am more interested in a conversation about fixing the aggressor. But I don't
handle the aggressor so I can walk freely.
Yeah, so disengaging, that is another option as well. I'm going to
in reference to like when you were talking about even like the tone of voice of everything, I think a lot of the manosphere doesn't realize in their tone, in their mannerism and everything, it's so off-putting. Like, I personally see a lot of women that just be like, I'm just gonna be single for the rest of my life and I'm okay with that. I'm okay with it. I've come to the point like, you know what? Like once I've decided that I don't need sexual intimacy, I just kind of like, once you get, really, to be quite honest, like I don't know if a lot of you guys know that, like if you look back in the past at like some of your older aunts or people who were married and they got divorced and they never dated again. I don't know. Have you guys ever realized that? Like I have aunts that were married that just was like, I had one aunt and I literally asked her, I was like, you know, how come you never remarried? I literally remember this. And she said, why would I remarry so that I could be with a man who's going to ask me to clean his drawers, do his laundry, and he can mistreat me? I'd rather be by myself. And now at my age of 40, I so understand it. Like, it makes so much sense to me. And I know girls that are not even in their 40s, actually. I know girls in their 30s that are just like, I'm just going to be myself. I'll go to work. I'll travel. I'll be with my friends. And that's it. Like, and men don't realize, I don't think men can do that as effectively as us. Like, some women, there are women that haven't had sex for like 10, 15 years. Like, I don't know. I don't think men can realize like we could just tap out.
I'm in that space. That's the thing. I'm in, and I've talked about it like on my channel. I'm in that space where I'm just like, I'd rather nothing. You get what I'm saying? And sometimes if you talk to men and you say something like that, or you talk about celibacy, they kind of look at you like, what? Nothing. They don't comprehend that. That's why they talk the way they talk. Like they always got some kind of leverage over you.
Yeah, they don't understand it.
Because the assumption is you would never live without sex. You can never live without sex, because I can't. Because everything is about how they operate. And if you and it's not about arguing. It's not about, trying to convince them. It's not about any of it. Disengage. And not only disengage, but be willing to be like, put obstacles. Make it hard for them to talk to you. Make it impossible for them to talk to you.
Are y'all attempting to turn my live stream into a stream about women vetting and boundary and expectations and divestment?
We can move this over to my channel if because I don't want to hold you up. I know you've been trying to end for like an hour or like a half hour.
I'm gonna give y'all a minute.
You know what? It's also about peace of mind. I don't think men realize that women, we function in peace of mind. Like it's a lot of energy. Like when you're a woman, you're giving a lot of energy. Like you give energy to your kids, emotional support. You have parents, grandparents, people that you take care of. And then to have this one source of energy that's draining and consuming your whole spirit. And then you already feel alone. So then it's like, I might as well be alone and not have that consuming me, because it's draining. Like you only have 100% of energy in a day. Right. And I know, and I'm sure a lot of women tend to be in a relationship and provide emotional sustenance. A lot of men get emotional sustenance from us, right? Support and caring, and then you're just giving, but there's no reciprocation, and then there's disrespect, and then you're like accosted by a biological penile weapon that can have a whole bunch of diseases that you have to go and get checked. It's just too much. It's just no point. It's like, if I could be by myself, I could travel. Like, I'm more at peace now than I ever was in a marriage. And I noticed like a lot of women are more at peace without it. And that's not because you don't want men. I just think that they just are not realizing that the paradigm to which they were in, it never worked. It's just that women didn't have the option to leave. That's why you find a lot of men, even if you hear men go out of the country, but you never hear them come back to the country with the same woman, because they know once they bring that woman here, they're gonna lose that woman, right? It's within the poverty, of course, desperation. I stick to you. When I come here and I can actually have my own agency, now I have to actually like you as a human being, and that's a whole different paradigm.
It's like, and I just want to say this one thing, and then production inquiry said they want to talk. It's like when you watch Star Trek and they're like, divert the energy from the engines to the shields. That's, you know what I mean? And if I got to divert energy from my engine that's pushing me forward to my shields to protect me, I'm not going anywhere because I'm focused on protecting me. And if, whatever I think is the threat to me, i.e. men, i.e. black men, i.e., insert whatever here, if that's what it is, then whenever I see you, I'm going to go, no, I want to move forward. So I don't want to have to put my shields up. So I'm going to go past you.
I'm going to give Valerie, Vitamin, Reese. You will each have a minute to speak if you would like to say any final thoughts.
No, I'm going to hop down.
Okay. Production, I'm going to give you some time to speak since you just got up. After anyone who would like to use their minute uses it. Key and Prince, I think there's a lot of stuff you guys didn't get to respond to. I'm going to give you time as well after Valerie and Reese, if you guys would like to use your minute.
I think I'm pretty okay. I basically covered my points, unless there were any questions directly added at me. But yeah, no, I've pretty much covered my points. I might hop down too, unless there were any, like I said, direct questions.
If anyone has any direct questions to T Prince, you can ask them. If not, thank you for hopping on. Yeah, you can stay on if you want, and if somebody asks a question, then you can answer. Valerie, did you want to close out? I don't think we're in disagreement, by the way.
Well, the only thing I want to say is that I think men as a whole need to be able to be educated to look at the past, because really the past will tell you what the present can be, depending on the same actions that you have done. And I don't think some of these things are old things. Like this is nothing new, right? Like how men have treated women, or felt like they're a possession, or felt like their lives are not worthy of something besides fornication. We are as equally an entity which brings a lot of things: life, spirit, contentment, everything. And the same way you should feel like you have the right to want to live your life and be happy and feeling your purpose. I think a lot of men should realize that us women too, we want to live our lives and live in our purpose. And unfortunately, even though we don't hate men, right? We make men, but at the same time, the number one thing is safety, 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 safety. Like, it's literally, if you don't feel safe, nothing else is gonna work. So if I don't feel spiritually, emotionally, or safe in my soul, I'm just not gonna want to be next to you, and it's just that simple. So.
Okay, thank you. You're right over a minute. Thank you for hopping on. But y'all be getting out of here quick. All right, bye. Thank you for coming on, Valerie and Vitamin. Reese.
So first off, I just want to say thanks for having me, and thank you to everyone on the panel and in the chat for listening, and also thank you all for your kind words. I just wanted to end on the note of being upfront here, saying, hey, my intentions are to have sex with you, all well and good. It's honest. I know what your intentions are, but at the same time, that does not compensate for how well I actually know you as a person. And we kind of need to slow down here and make sure that we know each other, and that way we can make the best decisions as to what we want to do with ourselves. So thanks for being upfront, but we should still be pushing to get to know each other. And that's all that I had to add. Thank you. Have a great night, everybody.
You have a great night too.
I will.
Production, I'm going to let you go next, and then T Prince and Key, or just Key if T Prince have nothing else to say. You guys can close out.
Thanks, Petty. Yeah, I was not victim blaming. I tried to come up with an analogy where something's unsafe, but not necessarily your fault. My analogy is wearing a seatbelt. Driving without a seatbelt on is unsafe. An accident might not be your fault, but you still should have your seatbelt on. I can't imagine flying somewhere, meeting someone for the first time that's a man, being in his house, like showering and doing all the stuff that it seems was going on between that woman and that gentleman. Like, it's not safe. People go missing. It's common. There's all sorts of terrible things that can happen to someone in that scenario. So go ahead.
Do you know how a insurance company would who they would find at fault for an accident like that, which you say another person came in and caused it, but you weren't wearing your seatbelt, so you were damaged more than you would be if you were wearing your seatbelt?
I'll give you an upfront answer as a woman. I don't care. You get one body. You know what I mean? Your sexual safety, your physical safety, your ability to return to your loved ones, like smart decision making. We are all responsible for our own physical person first and foremost.
But
you know what I mean?
Do you see why I have issue with that though?
No, hold on. Let me throw something in there, because I feel like I have a clue where production's coming from with the seatbelt thing, right? Mm-hmm. If you get into that accident, you don't have your seatbelt on. Yes, it's unsafe, right? The accident's not your fault. You get into that accident, you fly through your windshield, and you die. You get seriously injured. All while the accident was not your fault. The predatory behavior caused by the outside person, the other car, was not your fault. But something you could have taken, an action you could have taken that would have stopped you from flying through that windshield, was wearing your seatbelt. Am I right on that, production?
100%. Like, whatever the insurance company gives you.
This sound like victim blaming. This sound like victim blaming.
I'm telling you, it's not, and that's why I said I don't feel dragged, because I'm older than a lot of you, and I'm still alive. Like,
if you put on a certain type of clothing, you're gonna get a certain type of attention. Like, you can mitigate the risk of what happens to you depending on
people. Whoa! Pause. Hard pause. People get raped in sweatpants. Senior citizens, old women get raped. So I'm not gonna go down that way.
You mitigate the risk by not wearing a certain
type
of outfit.
No, you don't. No, and women are going to drag you for that too. No.
That's not the same at all, Petty. I'm going to have to tell you straight up.
We had a conversation. No, we had a conversation about that before, Key. You guys are saying put that seatbelt on because it's going to save you from a car crash. I would argue that we should be focused on why are there so many car crashes out here.
Nobody said it's going to stop the car crash.
He actually said the point that he brings about the car crash is fair, because you're like, how's the insurance going to assess it? Is the insurance going to is that money going to reassemble your skull or fix your traumatic brain injury? Or, you know what I mean? It's going to pay for your funeral. Is it going to keep your parents from mourning? Like, we have more to protect of ourselves, of women, as people, than, you know what I mean, just a check that's going to be written. So, like, I understand the logic you're trying to bring to it, Petty, but as a woman who has to make sure I'm not in vulnerable situations and has been doing that for over 2 decades, like, that's not how we roll. Like, if you want to get home, to the people.
My issue, you're talking about, hey, I don't care about there's rapists out there. You guys need to walk in groups, make sure you go to the bathroom together. I don't care about fixing this community of rapists or anything like that. It's up to you as an individual to make sure that a man don't take advantage of you when you go out and walk. So make sure you have company with you, make sure you cover your drink. And again, I said earlier, it's not that I disagree with you guys about a seatbelt providing safety, but Why am I not focused on the person who just T-boned your car? Why am I not focused on the person who put something in your drink? And I even conceded earlier and said, maybe because you guys are coming from a woman's perspective, this is what you guys talk about in regards to these situations. Because I'm coming from a man's perspective, I'm interested in talking about why are you putting something in somebody's drink? Why are you driving recklessly, since males are more reckless drivers? And that is where I want the conversation to be had. I don't care if a woman is wearing a seatbelt. I don't care if a woman covers her drink, what she's wearing, if she's with her friends or alone. I do not care. I am solely focused on the person who is doing the degenerate behavior towards that woman. If you guys want to talk about what you can do to mitigate risk, I'm here for it. I love it. We even talked about it earlier, and I said, I agree, you should try to mitigate risk. I'm never going to have this full-length conversation with you guys about why the seatbelt, actually, she should be wearing it. Who cares about the outside world is harsh, so you need to focus on I don't care.
Can we shorten that and just define what that seatbelt is? Like, what is it that they need to be doing? Like, what is it that is keeping them safe?
I said that she should not have accepted airfare from him. And if she accepted it, she should not have stayed with him if she had never actually physically met this person in person.
What if she had physically met him before?
How many times?
What if they were married? And her husband invited her.
If they were married, then she's not getting flued out.
So we talked with on the live stream, the Cynthia G debate. We talked with Tarot Reader or whatever her name was, and she discussed
Queen. I watched that entire most of that live, like almost all of it. Yeah.
She described how her husband was perfectly fine until one day he didn't and became sexually, verbally, and violent towards her. Should we be having a conversation with her about how she should vet better, or is it more concerning that even when you take all the procedures, you get married and you know a person's character for a long time, they can still attack you? Maybe we should have a conversation about why that person is still attacking you instead of what other risk you can take. Like, remember T Prince? Okay, I wouldn't have even gotten in the car at all. As a matter of fact, before I get in my own car after work, I look in the back seat to make sure. Like, this seems unreasonable steps to take.
And I think it goes back to the thing I said about like the making people feel vulnerable, like the making people feel safe that they are vulnerable to. Because I was actually really close friends with a girl who was in a relationship with a boy, and he, took her out. He snuck her out of her house for a late night date in the woods or whatever, and he was like, all right, let's get to it. And she was like, no, I don't want to. And he was like, well, then you can walk home and tell your parents all about where you've been. Like, it's the making you feel safe and then taking advantage of that vulnerability.
Like, the fact that you're talking about the seatbelt tells me, like, it be men in relationships with you. And if we're speaking specifically about violent crimes towards women, it's generally going to be your intimate partner. So
yes,
it's like
all women are most likely to be killed by an intimate partner, 100%, regardless of race.
They're the most like, not some boogeyman stranger that you didn't vet correctly. The people who are closest to you. It feels like,
yeah. This is my problem, and the analogy with Queen is that it's a bridge too far, only because this woman, if this is the first time she's met him in person, you can't vet from inside someone's house after you've taken a shower.
It don't matter what time it is. He could have still
No, it does.
They could have been married and he could have still killed her. In fact, if they were married, it's more likely that he would have still killed her. That was my point. So I don't care about the seatbelt. Why do I care about what if he didn't show it? In fact, I don't think he showed red flags before this, which she said in the video. But regardless, I do not think you can vet. I do not. There is nothing.
I'm not saying you can vet. I'm saying if you could, you can't do it in a towel inside a stranger's house. That's all I'm saying. You know what I mean?
Yeah, my friend was in a car accident, and the seatbelt actually wound up doing more damage than it would have if she wasn't wearing her seatbelt in the accident to begin with.
Percentages.
I'm gonna just have to say those are very few, far and in between cases. Not to knock that situation, but those are very slim cases.
Hold up, pause, because you said percentages, and as we discussed earlier, it is more likely that a man that you have known for longer is more likely to do this. So percentages of what?
More likely to do what?
A type of violent crime or etc. towards a woman. A type of any degenerate
Kill
behavior
you?
in general, I think.
Or rape you?
Killing, yes, violent, beating, stuff like that, etc. So when you're,
I guess, I guess, and part of this too also goes into the conversation about courting, like getting flown out to someone's house to stay with them in their crib that you haven't met. That's not a date. Full stop. That is not a date. And like the other woman said, Valerie, that this is not new, and there's a culture of men controlling, coercing, being in power, not seeing women as human, leveraging them as some sort of sexual entity, you know what I mean? Basically using your body as some sort of means of their own masturbatory pleasure. Like, this is culture, regardless of race. So it's like
you acknowledging that the men are manipulating and coercing the women, and you're placing the responsibility on the women to navigate this when I'm trying to figure out what we can do about the men.
Do you want us to live? Like, you're not going to change centuries of culture in 7 weeks.
Is it my goal to regulate Black women's behavior, or is it my goal to regulate Black men's behavior?
Can you do both? Like, do you want to suffer the collateral damage of women making poor choices during the century it takes you to regulate men's behavior?
Didn't I say earlier about what I feel about her choices, what she could have done differently, and how she could have protected herself? And then for the rest of the duration of the conversation, and maybe you weren't here for that.
I might not have been.
Yes, she can do these things to mitigate, which I said here as well. So it doesn't matter if you were here, because I said she can do these things to mitigate this in X, Y, and Z, but that doesn't change the community of degeneracy we live in. So I'm uninterested.
100%. And if you know we're existing in a community of degeneracy, then I would think that we would promote her doing things to mitigate the likelihood that she would end up missing, we would be trying to give her Natalie Holloway attention, because we know she ain't gonna get Natalie Holloway attention. So
let's imagine they went to high school together. They knew each other for years, right? And then he moves out to Seattle or what the fuck ever, like, and then they link up on Facebook or what it may be, and then say worse does come to worse. She's known him for years. The seatbelt analogy doesn't necessarily work if the seatbelt's broke.
But that's not what happened. This isn't someone she's known for years.
Yeah, but
we don't know that.
Even if
that's not clarified,
probably she's more likely to experience more degenerate behavior if she knows them more. So when you're talking about how she should get to know them in bed and courting and all of this, that way she is safer. It feels like the opposite statistically, but regardless of that,
there's no statistic, in my opinion, for being flown out. There's no statistic for how likely is it that this will go bad if you meet somebody for the first time after they buy you a plane ticket and you stay in their house. Like, that's the stat I would need, that specific paradigm.
Well, when you're talking about the dangers of being flued out, and I assumed you were talking about the likelihood that you may face sexual assault or violence towards you or killing or something like that.
Yes, any type of affront on your person.
And when it comes to those types of crime against women, generally it is their intimate partner who does that more.
Yes.
So I don't know that we have a direct statistic where we can compare women who are flown out by strangers versus their husband. But I would say in general, regardless of getting flown out, anything like that, you are more likely for something degenerate, which you were trying to prevent happening by vetting, courting, dating longer, married, whatever. You are more likely to experience those things, even if you try to do the solutions that you're posing towards women.
All I'm saying is, don't sleep at some dude's houses you don't really know like that.
I said that
particularly
earlier.
not in the state that you live in.
I said earlier, bring a gun if you're gonna go at all. Bring money. She didn't bring money. I said you need to bring money.
She didn't bring any money.
No, she's completely vulnerable and at the expense of this man. I said you need to bring money in a situation like this, even if you've known the man for a while and he say he gonna pay for everything and he's generally nice. Bring your own money, even if you're married. I said bring a weapon, bring a taser, gun, pepper spray, something, because he might say no, you can't leave. we did discuss what you can do to mitigate risk as far as being assaulted or being taken advantage of in a foreign country and how you can get out of a situation like this. I was uninterested in having that conversation further. I was more interested in having a conversation about why men feel the desire to fly women out for sex and take advantage of that vulnerability after putting her in a situation like that. Why invite her? Why? Okay, I agree with you, production. It's very stupid. How could she go out there and do something stupid like that?
I didn't even call her stupid. I just
did.
looked at
I did. I called her
I
stupid.
just look at it like, if this was my friend, I would be like, yo, like, what are you doing? You know what I mean? Like, who do you know in that city? Like, what's going on? Like, I would seriously inquire about her judgment.
We can agree at the very least
that I don't think that the two things, I get your point of view that you're looking at how to fix the men. In reality, you can't fix all men, which is why I put the Jeffrey Dahmer comment in the chat. Like, yo, there's always that one outlier that maybe eats people. Like, you don't want to ever be putting yourself in a situation where you could run into like the casual degenerate Dusty or the extreme homicidal maniac. Like, you don't want to be in either, position. But I think getting flown out, that whole culture of that is strange. Like, who goes on a trip with no bread?
Someone who the man told her, I'll pay for all of your expenses since we've been talking for a while and I really enjoy your company. And then once she get there and say no to his sexual advances, he switch up. An otherwise normal man, I assume, until this point. What seemed like an otherwise normal man who she vetted or set boundaries, expectations for, now switch up suddenly.
Yeah, I'm like... I don't think, look, this is a question for Sin. I don't think accepting the getting flown out and staying at dude's crib is reasonable boundaries and expectations. They're not for me.
Did he say, I'm flying you out to stay in my hotel room for 3 days? Or did he say, I'm flying you out so that we can go and have this extravagant type of luxury date and go out, see the town and stuff like that?
But they're like, the accommodations were joint, right? Like staying at his crib. Were those the accommodations?
Was it his crib or was it a hotel or was it his house?
I know he referenced in the argument to like walking around the house in a towel.
I call my apartment the house. I call my hotels the house. So
yeah,
sure, let's assume it's the house. I don't think
I wouldn't focus too much on that.
I don't care if it was an Airbnb house or
right.
whatever.
And the issue is not her. It's not her flying out to do that, because what you're saying, what it sounds like, you know what I mean? By the not having any money. If you don't have money, that means you can't go on a date because you have.
No. Why would you travel? Like why would you travel that far from your crib with no money?
And even the travel thing. So it's not that she might not have been flat broke with $0, but she probably just didn't have the kind of money it takes to travel overseas. I don't know if you've ever done it, but it's not cheap by any means. But,
I've been around.
So what you're saying is she shouldn't be able to go on this date, to trust this guy, to go do this because she couldn't afford to fully fund this trip herself. That's what it sounded like you were saying. And
I'm saying that she traveled overseas.
Right. And I mean,
pardon,
wherever she traveled.
I'm gonna answer your question. No, I wouldn't get on an airplane without enough money to get back unless, like, if she didn't have round trip fare, he didn't pay round trip.
I think he did. He flew her back.
Oh, yeah, because I mean, your tickets, if you got a round trip ticket, you know your way back. You know what I mean? You already know when you're flight.
Either way,
I would not travel outside of the country with little to no money. No, I would not. And just rely on someone I've never met.
But that's the thing. You're one type of person. She's not the same. So we can't look at it as she's in the wrong or she has an issue because she trusted this guy to that point. Because if you have somebody who's very wealthy talking to somebody who's not wealthy by any means, they may not have the money to, fund that trip at any point. So you're telling that person that's less wealthy, that is talking to somebody who has a lot of money, who's willing to pay for everything, hey, you don't need to go on this date because you don't have the money in case something goes bad. That's
you've never met in person.
It's not that. Yeah, but that shouldn't even be the focus.
Yeah, I would say don't do it. I think minimizing like a trip overseas to a date, that's not a date, bro. Like
production, you keep saying
that should not be the focus. The focus should be, why did he put her in a situation of being so uncomfortable and such danger that he didn't get what he wanted out of the situation? Now he's willing to do her so bad to not even allow her to go back home, to not even help her get back home.
It was never an understanding that if you don't give me what I want, if you don't do what I say, do what I want, that I'm going to put you in this situation. Because if that's the case and you have that understanding up front, then yes, you were wrong for traveling with no money. But that was not an understanding. She was made feel comfortable. She was made to be like, hey, this is just a trip that I'm funding. I've offered this to you. So therefore, I'm going to make you feel comfortable. I'm going to make you feel safe. That was the understanding. So the focus should be on him putting her in that predicament, not on her making that decision, regardless if she traveled with no money, little money, $1,000, $1 million, regardless, she should have never been put in that situation. And that's where the focus needs to be for all aspects.
Any of y'all got sisters? None of y'all got sisters?
Production. If I'm a judge and
I
you
got
come to
daughters.
me, if I'm a judge and you come to me talking about your car got stolen,
isn't the law, yo.
If I am a judge, please let me finish what I said. I will let you respond. If I'm a judge and you come to me and tell me your car just got stolen, am I about to say what neighborhood did you leave it in? Why did you leave it there? Or am I concerned about going to find this individual who stole your car? Can you, the person's family, have a conversation with them privately about vetting and how to stay safe out here? Absolutely. I don't care to. I'm a judge. I'm here to be, excuse me, I'm not the judge. I'm the judge, jury, and executioner here, and I'm here to hold the men accountable. I don't care about the woman and what she did, whether she made a mistake, and if she didn't do the right thing and she put herself in a danger. Don't care. I'm more concerned with why the man took advantage of that vulnerability. I do not care, and I do not mean this disrespectfully. I do not care what she did. I don't care what she's wearing, whether the seatbelt was on or not. I don't care if she put a cover over her drink. I don't care if she flew out to a foreign land with a man who she barely known, even though she known this man for 6 months, an extremely long time. And it sounded like they had a lengthy relationship before this where they are talking to each other a lot, and that he was an individual that could be trusted until he couldn't. I do not care to have a conversation about what she did to put herself in a vulnerable situation. I care to have a conversation about why a man took advantage of her vulnerable situation. And keep in mind, I did have the conversation about her putting herself in that situation in the first place. And I did give steps that she could do to prevent herself from being in that situation. But I emphasized that even if she take those steps, I don't care. I don't care about giving them to her, because that is not my place. My place is, what can I do to stop men from taking? Why is it an issue? You said this is like parking in Compton.
No. I said this no. I never said that. Never said that.
Oh, my bad. Somebody said
y'all were making the car analogy. Mm-hmm. I upped the ante to leaving the doors to your crib open in the Bronx. Like, okay, if I'm looking at physical harm.
Why do I care that you left your door open more than I care about somebody running up in your house? Why?
Because I can answer.
Yes.
Okay, so for starters, the car thing, like, he didn't actually commit a crime. Stealing a car is a crime. He didn't commit a crime. If she had just been stranded out there, that's not illegal. You know what I mean? So it's like, if she'd gone to cops.
Is your morality governed by legality?
You're the one who keeps bringing up legal paradigms. I keep saying this isn't a legal paradigm, or that's not the way I'm evaluating it. I'm evaluating it by her pure safety. So the reason I said leaving your house open in the Bronx and you sleep at night and your doors are open, is a judge going to convict whoever comes in your crib and beat you and assault you and whatever? Sure. Is that conviction going to restore the damage? No. Your objective should be to keep yourself from being damaged in the first place. So I asked you about sisters and daughters, because if your sister or your daughter came to you and was like, Dad, I'm on my way to whatever country, my friend so-and-so, who I've never met in person, but only know over the phone and the internet, is paying for everything, and I don't have to worry about anything, and I have $75, like, would y'all be like, have a fun time?
That ain't gonna work. And here's
that's
why
not what we did. That's not what we did.
That's not gonna work. She's a grown adult. Therefore, if you're talking about a kid,
your daughter's gonna be a grown adult one day too.
Hold on. Listen, can I let me get this out real quick. If you're talking about a kid or a young lady who is still getting permission from her parents or her brothers, if she's got to get permission,
I didn't say permission.
You just said if she asked.
If she talks, no, I said if she talks to you and she's like, "Yo, this is what's up."
And if she's an adult, guess what? As an adult, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm going to give her my advice, i.e., I don't think that's a good idea. I don't think you know this guy well enough. Is it a safe situation? Do you know anything about him? I'm going to do what I would do as a man being a father or a big brother, but she's a grown adult at the end of the day. So if she makes that situation and she puts herself in that situation, guess what I expect on the adverse of that? I expect the man that is flying her out there or is there to treat her with respect and to treat her how I would treat her back at home. That's what I would expect. I wouldn't put that on my daughter or my little sister like, hey, you're in the wrong because you did this. No, I'm putting it on the man like, you just put my daughter or my little sister in this situation. We have the problem. I don't have the problem with my little sister. I have the problem with that man.
I'd even one up that, and I'd even say, let me speak to this individual before you go out there.
In production, to answer your question, if my daughter's in a situation like this, let's say someone took advantage of my daughter because my daughter was vulnerable to him and he took advantage of that. And you're asking me, am I going to have a conversation with my daughter about why was you over there? Why would you
That's
why
not
would
what
you
I
go
said.
out this late at night? That's, to me, it's the same conversation. Why
It's
would you
not
go
the
out
same
this late at night?
conversation.
Why would you, or am I going to go talk to that man about why he took advantage of my daughter?
It's not the same conversation. I said prior to this person, your daughter, your cousin, whatever female in your life you care about, prior to this person going on the excursion, not asking permission. If she's just like, yo, I'm on my way out. This is what I'm fitting to do with my $75 and my, my prepaid airfare from this person that I've never met in person and never seen in real life. Would y'all be like, have a great time, hit me up when you get there? And it sounds like the collective answer is no. And if that's no, then fine. And really, that's all I said in the chat. All I said was, that's not a good idea. It's not very safe.
So we said at the beginning of this live stream, that's not a very good idea what she did. That's not very safe. Here are some steps she could have taken. And then for the rest of the live stream, we pretty much talked about the man who did that action and why he's wrong and what he needs to policing his behavior. Is that what you want?
Yeah, basically, I wasn't on the beginning of the live stream, and in the middle of the live stream, my comment was simply that this wasn't very smart, this wasn't very safe, this was risky.
Okay, we don't disagree. I apologize if I was raising my voice. I've been taking Stan the Man's his masculinity. I've been taking his masculinity courses. I wasn't mad. I was just passionate. I don't want to keep going back and forth between this because we're in agreement here. So why are we even fighting?
Yeah, I agree. It's not about blaming somebody after the fact. It's just like, you know what I mean? I commend you centering men and their behavior in this continued, very perverse and distressing culture, and how this culture is elevated, and the fact that that man would go on and actually film that, and like there's something for him to gain from showing himself in that manner. I commend all of that. I just feel like it's going to take us a crisp half century to full century to really turn the culture. And in the meantime, women, we still have to look out for ourselves and be safe. And men who are thorough need to make sure that we're doing that. So, like, while we had this discussion, how many sisters got offed? Like, this is where we are.
Let me put something on the screen here. Let me stop sharing this. Key, you can respond. Key, I'm surprised. I feel like you changed your position now, because I'm surprised to see you and production in disagreement.
Why would I change my position? What do you mean?
Never mind.
I mean, yeah, no, I was never on the side of victim blaming at all. The only thing I said was the seatbelt thing. I did give her the seatbelt thing because I understood where she was coming from. So I don't ever try to leave people. If I have an understanding on what you're saying, I definitely don't mind helping, trying to clarify it. But I still was not in agreement with I'm gonna do what I can to not put myself in the situation as a woman, because it's not her responsibility. It's the man's responsibility. Yes, okay, she can take the precautions, but once the situation is there and once things happen and you get there, it is his responsibility to ensure your safety.
Okay.
Men ain't been ensuring our safety ever. I mean, that's because some of the comments that were in the chat. That's not shade. It's where we are.
Oh my God.
Love y'all, but this is the realness.
With that being said, Production, if you have any final thoughts, you may say them now. I'll give you a minute.
Oh,
Key, I will give you 2 minutes because you have been patient.
my final thoughts are, Teddy, it's so great to see you blossoming and growing your platform and growing your skills and creating a community for yourself. I'm so excited by that, and happy to support you. And I'll continue to watch and see you evolve as a creator.
Thank you. I hope I don't fight with all my my followers and scare them away. Hopefully not, but thank you for coming on.
Absolutely. Thanks for having me.
And you have a good evening.
You too.
I'm gonna put this on the screen from earlier. Somebody asked who this is. That is actually a picture of me when I was a young lad. I brought that up for a very specific comment Erica asked that I'm gonna put on the screen. Key, you have 2 minutes if you'd like to say any final thoughts, and then I'm going to answer Erica's question. You can also answer her question if you need to, and I'll give you more time. You're on mute. Okay. T Prince, I think his phone died based on what he said in the Discord, and his babies are asleep, so he won't be in for the grand finale. But I think T Prince was good tonight. He in the first half I was a little questioning it a little bit, but I think he redeemed himself. Key, are you back? Okay, I don't think Key might not be coming back, so I'm just gonna answer this question, Erica. After you leave the home, your peers influence you. What was the messaging amongst your peers? And the reason I brought this picture up of me when I was little is because unfortunately, my peers did not influence me well. There is this type of patriarchal thinking and misogyny in America in general that I think influences everybody. So we were just your typical misogynistic, this subtle misogyny in our group of friends, and they did not give me good advice and messaging in regards to how to hold women. Again, there's this type of women are a sexual object and blah blah blah. So I didn't grow up dealing with women very well. I didn't have a lot of success with women. As you can see in the picture, I am the wear my hug kid. That was me back then, and I do apologize for me in the past, being the guy to always ask where my hug whenever you come around. You can't see it in the picture, but there is no deodorant in this picture at all. As you can see, let me see if I can. There is no haircut for a couple of weeks now. Oh, let me take me off stream because that's what's going on now. But yeah, the shirt is ill-fitting, kind of chunky. Just to summarize, I did not have good teaching from my friends. I did not have good teaching from my dad. I did not ask my mom for teaching because growing up, I felt like dating advice and stuff like that is something you go to your dad for. Something you go to your dad for. Yes, where's my hug? No, there was no deodorant in the picture. There was none. And even though it's not something that you would have been able to tell just by looking at the picture, well, maybe you could, but yeah, it was just okay. It's my bedtime, guys. So thank you for joining. Key, I'm gonna give you one final chance. If you want to come off mute, any last words, I'll give you 2 minutes. You may not comment on the picture.
I'm not gonna mess with the picture. I would just throw out there that I was trying to tend to my toddler. He's up later than he normally is. But either way, all I wanted to say is I would have to agree, sort of. My peers really didn't influence my decision on how to, how to treat women and things like that. Only because we were all brought up differently. We all had a different outlook on the situation. So, we really didn't have much influence on each other because
it was a matter of, hey, like, you have this ability to treat women this way because you can buy them things, you can do this. I can't do that, so this is how I treat women. This is how I was taught. And I mean, we just kind of, I don't know, we just kind of vibed it like that. It was just kind of everybody had their own outlook on it. And if you got a woman, you got a woman. If you didn't, you didn't. So I mean, I don't know how much influence I'd really say they had on me, but
I think you accidentally muted yourself, or was that it? I wasn't timing you. Like, you can.
yeah, that's really it. I mean, not really a whole lot on that influence part.
Skip over the woman and ask the man about women. Yeah, that was pretty dumb. I should have asked my mom. The unsolicited advice she gave me, since I never asked any advice she gave me regarding dating, was unsolicited. But it was pretty great. I think my mom did an excellent job with teaching me how to treat women when I had my ears open to what she said. My dad, not so much. My friends, it's not that my friends taught me bad advice. It's just that the advice has the twinge of misogyny in it that we don't think about as children. So, well, yeah, that is bad advice then. And I'm still unlearning that in therapy. So, work to be done. But Key just grew up as the golden child and everything was perfect. And these misogynistic men, I don't know them.
Definitely not the case. I would definitely not say that.
Okay.
I would not say that I grew up as a golden child by any means and everything was perfect. But I mean, this is just one thing we differ on, which my parents have been together for 30 years, you know what I mean? And they've been married for 27. So kind of background just changed my perspective on things. So I wasn't looking at it, like I said, I've never looked at it like buying things, doing all that was a way to get women. I've always had that, and my parents are in their 50s. So being that age, you know what I mean? They seen the old days of black relationship. So, and now where, black women get such bad treatment, they weren't really in that era. I don't think that was.
I think you're cutting out a little bit.
Yeah, well, I mean to say, from my understanding, it wasn't happening that much back then in the black culture as it is now. It wasn't that bad back then.
Okay. Adrian, I have more female friends and the women say I'm nice and they feel comfortable with me. That's good. I take that as a plus. You should. I currently have a female roommate. She says I'm a blessing in her life. Interesting. Are you dating this female roommate? Do you have a girlfriend outside of this female roommate or wife? How do they feel? I'm interested to know that. You don't have to answer that, by the way, Adrian. Other than that, guys, I'm going to thank you for coming on, Key. I'm going to, let me take that down. I didn't mean to pull that back up. Please don't screenshot. I'm going to go ahead and end it here. I'm going to play my outro. Thank you, everybody, for watching. Don't forget to like the video if you haven't already. Subscribe if you're not. Share it with your friends if you want to. Everybody have a good night. And thank you for coming. My name is Prince Petty. This has been Man with a Mic.